Well, 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 chat. Happy Monday. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? Why am I? Hold on. I haven't even gotten to the chatting screen and my model is lagging to shit. It's lagging to shit over here. Send help. Send help. I need an adult. Anyway, welcome in, guys. How are you doing? How are you doing? What shenanigans have you gotten into? What trouble have you been into on this, well, Monday? Monday. Get back here, you SCP motherfucker. You'll never take me alive. You don't know where I am. I'm recording in an isolated location. It's Paris. I'm in Paris. So, finishing Cyborg Lesbians, huh? Yeah. We don't do phrasing in this household. You know that already. We don't do phrasing. Sorry, I had the music really loud in my ears. I was probably yelling. Goodness gracious. Shenanigans and chaos on a Monday? What? You'll never catch me? If you say... Wait, are you still playing Mecha Break, Hectic? Last I checked, you were playing Mecha Break. Paris Catacombs, huh? Figures? No, it's more like the... I'm overlooking the mountains. You can kind of see it in the blur back there. It's why it's blurred out.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
But Chads, do you want to know what our little special announcement is? Do you want to know? I gave you a small hint a couple days ago. Hi, Momo. But we'll do another one. We'll just do something a little special. We'll test this out. Oh, hi. Guess what, chuckle fucks? Let's go! You finally learned to wipe your ass? How fucking dare you? Just because my ass is so fat that I have to get a fucking crane to reach around to it? How dare you? How dare? But yes, chat. Oh boy, announcement? Yeah. You missed it. It's right there. It's right there. It's both in chat and it was just on screen for a second. Did you miss it? Dang, y'all are very sharp apparently. It is Monday though, I can't blame you. Oh boy, announcement. Hi, Ordine. Oh boy, caffeine money. Yep. The shit that I drink almost every time I go to the gym. And on early days we do streams, which has been more frequently since we changed the schedule to noon. We're now partnered with GamerStubs. Fuck yeah. The number one thing that I wanted when I started was a partnership with GamerStubs. It took 2 years of pestering them incessantly, and then 10 minutes after a commie messaged them. Never had any GamerStubs. I can say I've never had any gamer. Ordain! What a coincidence. Now's the perfect time to get some. My code always gives 10% off, and usually in the future they do sales. Hold on, my mouth is being weird. Nom nom. Huh. Mary needs the subs for early streams. This is how it always starts. Listen, I have not got the care package they sent me yet. But they sent me a hell of a lot. Like a lot. Hi, Marceline. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to on this Monday? Is it lasagna shenanigans? Ooh, lasagna sounds good. I don't know why. It's probably because they have moments like this where I bring up lasagna or I bring up the fact that stacking 7 Totino's pizzas on top of each other is just a lasagna. But I keep getting lasagna ads and memes. I keep getting lasagna memes on like whatever social media platform I'm scrolling on. You can't get it there? No! How could you? How could you? I already contain too much energy. Do you want me to have more? Listen, Ordain. Listen, that's up to you. If you need a little pick me up, that's all you. That is all you, baby. And there's Coco. But yeah, we have all that going. So half expect anytime I'm like, what's the word? We'll have the alerts down there on occasion. Technically they should only happen like once every hour, but it's not going to be like on the dot. It's going to be a little weird. We're going to see. Cause I went and messed with the settings on all of the like announcements and stuff. And technically they should all be intermittent and not like really close to each other. Retro jiggle physics unexpected. Yeah. These things are heavy. What do you want from me? Look at this shit. We can get a side profile on this. Oh, here. This will make it a little easier. These are heavy, okay? Listen, that's why I have such good back muscles. That's why I have such good back muscles. Don't you forget it. Today's shenanigans are waking up at 6 p.m. and doing funny art. Are you European? Is that what it is? Hi, Bob. Sup, chat. What it do? What it do indeed. Give me that jacket back. Yeah. Oh, wait. Do I have the extra? I did. I did have the extra outlines on. Now the goal is to replace the product image with a carnival-themed one. The post is moved finally. Wait, what do you mean? With the theme? Oh, you mean like get a flavor? That's just it, guys. They actually told me the parameters for getting things. You actually get a creator cup before you get a flavor. And creator cup is, I believe it's 1,250 units sold. And that's not just 1,250 over your lifetime. That's 1,250 in a year. They do these in terms. So it's probably not going to happen. Nothing like that's going to happen this year. I'm almost certain of it because that's a lot. And it takes like big people to get those creator cups. But it'll be possible. And then it's twice that to get a flavor. Twice that. So, you know. 150? No, 1,250. 1250. Or uses of said code. It says units, and I don't know if a unit is per code use or if it's per like product sold. So let's say you bought like 3 tubs and like a shaker. I don't know if that counts as 4 units or if that's 1 unit. Making new product is expensive. True, especially if you're doing something for a creator and you want it to be a good investment. That's why you check out the merch stores for variants themed fluid. Wait, what? Ah, yes, themed fluid container. The new Biggles bottle, Biggles Oshi bottles, as she likes to call them, from VT Horizon, which is currently the one place you can actually get my signature from. So if you ever want an autograph and be caught catching me at a convention is going to be extremely hard, this is the best way to do it. Wild thing to hear without. Wait, which thing? Which thing? Which thing? One step closer to having my own energy drink flavor. Let's go. Let's go. Fluid something. Ah, yes. No, I mean, that's what we said. We're not doing phrasing today. So Sunstar's not doing phrasing. Yeah, you know, Marin themed fluid containers. Anyway. Anyway. But that's pretty much it. Go wash your titties. Go wash your titties. Oh my God. All right, hold on. Let me, because I need to make the post for Twitter for this, which I'm not gonna lie, during the pre-roll, I was actually over here slapping in models into like the channel and the panels underneath and stuff because I was so busy today. I forgot to do it yesterday. Flashback to the clip of Marin fluids. What? 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 What do you want about? Hold on a second. All new. Oh my goodness. Wait, is that the right account? Ah, that has to be the right account. That has to be the right account. What? What is it? Flashback to the clip of Marin fluids? I don't know what clip you're talking about, Sunstar. What clip? From when? From where? For what? Fluids. Fluids. Where would that be relevant? Where would that be relevant? Oh, you wanna know something I forgot, chat? We haven't reset the fishing game. Let me, where is it? There it is. Who's on the leaderboard? Sunstar again. Jesus. Mod Iron. Jesus. All right. That's another no winner this month. Y'all aren't challenging the mods very hard. It's from last stream. Oh, did I reset it before? I should have reset it before the first, yeah, which was Friday. But I had forgotten until today because I just looked down at it. I was like, wait, it's the 3rd. Because I always forget. Know the clips? Oh, was it because we were talking about, what was it? It was because we were talking about like the monster fluid. Because we were fighting like Nursilla and all the babies were just giving monster fluid over and over. Which I actually hit, I hit high rank. I finished like the main part of the low rank game last night. And the first thing I did was like, I'm going to go beat the shit out of Nursilla again, just so that I can get all of the high rank equivalent of the monster fluid, which in this case is monster broth. It goes from fluid to broth. You were showing the model's faces. Oh, right. This fluid. My inner fluids. My inner fluids, if you will. How could you, chat? How could you? What did I do to deserve this? Won't you use my GamerSupps code? It's Dark Carnival. It's easy to remember. It's easy to remember, baby. You appear to be leaking. I am leaking. I'm leaking from orifices. I'm having a malfunction. Like I'm a fucking machine. It's actually oil, chat. I lied. I am a machine. Anyway, it's getting worse. Which part's getting worse? She's losing it! What is happening here? I don't know. Shenanigans? What kind of oil? OW20 or 5W20? God, I wish I knew what those meant. Tracking's fucking up. When clipping, I spelt liking instead of licking. I'm truly devolving in spelling. I can't believe you're devolving into Carrie levels of English comprehension. I forget, is Carrie here? Actually, who wants to sound off? Who wants to sound off? Who wants to be said hi to directly? I don't do that enough. Should I do that? I don't know. I always thought it was weird in some way. I like saying hi to the crowd. Just because this is supposed to be a circus shenanigans. And it's not like I have a microphone. I can like walk over like I'm one of those stage comedians and like be like, so pray, what brings you here today? Oh, you're from Atlanta. Oh, interesting. You hear about the news thing in Atlanta? No, you didn't hear about the news thing. It was like some shit like that. Mayor's going to turn the sound off. Oh, here, we can just, you know, we could do the... Anyway, inhale. Ah! What are we screaming at? What are we screaming at? Is it because I did the dumb comedian thing? Is that the thing? Hold on. So wait, so that's what it's like without voices? You just get the awkward, just the nom 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 nom. Just the mouthing, calling me in the middle of your stream just to heckle me. As I do. Oh, W20 means it's thin oil. W20 means how thick it is in the winter. Oh, gotcha. I actually don't remember what's in my car, mainly because I have a sticker that's like on my windshield that like tells me what they put in last. I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, fantastic. What is it, Ed? What are you peeking from? Get back in there. Stop, get out of the ceiling. Get out of the ceiling. Why are you in the ceiling? Come here. Get your ass down here. Hi, Simon. Listen, it's fine. Listen, calling somebody to heckle them in the middle of a stream is funny as shit, okay? Is it bothersome to some people? Or if you overdo it, does it get well overspent? Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Is it funny though? Is it funny though? But let me go ahead and do this. I'm really bad at doing promo post. I kind of want to make it like a bit where as if it's been like added to the fucking concession stands at the carnival. That'd be neat. But that doesn't feel like it's enough. Feels like I need to do something else. Who cares? Who cares? We got a signed contract now. They can't run from me. I'm mine and I'm mine. They're mine and I'm theirs. Who cares? But I also did purposely tell them that even if I have gripes with things, they're like, no, we want honesty. You don't have to be like 100% positive. V-Card still kind of sucks. Okay, anyway. I bet you won't. Uh-huh.
Why have you done this?
What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm Faye and I was wrong. I'm singing the Faye's wrong song.
Man's really changed with this new deal? How have I changed? Listen, just because we had 2 partnerships in the past, like, what, month? And then there's
God, Marion, you get a couple extra polygons and suddenly you think you're somebody.
No. I lost polygons. I lost resolution.
You turn your resolution down.
But I lost resolution.
You turn your resolution down, you gain a couple extra dimensions. Suddenly you're big shot.
Yeah, think you're a big shot. Nah, yeah. Too cool for your wives now.
You're too cool for all us little people, even though I'm 9 feet tall and do not quantify as little in any capacity because you keep making fun of how big my ass is.
Your ass is huge, but that doesn't mean I can't bride carry you.
It's true. Anyway.
Good luck. Go back to trying to stay warm in the rain.
It's so rainy and cold. Bye-bye, chat.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Anyway. See, don't ever say I won't call you. I won't call you on stream. I'll call just about anybody on stream except people I know IRL because fuck them. Chat, you don't get to meet my parents. You'll never get to meet my parents. You're never gonna get one of those weird parent streams where we do shit like, I don't know, try to introduce them to technology. Because I know it's just gonna weird them out. I know y'all are just gonna weird them out and start asking really embarrassing questions. Be honest. Be honest. If you could, no dad go round. Bio dad go round is, for all I care, dead. The other one that's in the picture, he won't get it. He'll think it's so fucking weird. To paid actor parents. Yeah, I'll have to go get paid actor parents. Sir, ma'am, has your daughter always been this crazy? Yes. I have always been weird. That has always been the case. That has always been the case and probably will always be the case. Never let me ask any questions. Ordain, what would your question be? Isn't it weird though? Oh, it's very weird. I'm a little weirdo. I'm a goofball. I'm a creature. Creature! Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll have to get some paid actors for y'all to convince y'all that I have parents. The question is, do we get designs done? But getting designs done would completely ruin the canon of being a, like, entity. Parents go round. When do you first learn your child was a low-fidelity polygon monster? They don't. Little poly go round came from the holes in the mountain. The holes in the mountain. In the mountains. Are there any portals in your basement, Mr. Go Round? No. Don't worry about it. Shut up. Wait. Is this Don't Stop Believing by Halocene? I did not know they didn't. Like, well, I guess every band that likes to do rock will eventually do a Don't Stop Believing cover. Ooh. This actually sounds great. Ah! Yes, Fairbanks. Ah! Can I help you? Worried? What are you worried about? What are you worried about? What's the shenanigans? What's the problem? What's the ordeal? Hmm. Yes, Fairbanks. Fairbanks, did you see the thing? No, wait, you haven't seen the thing. You weren't here. Fairbanks, do you want to see a thing? Fairbanks, do you want to see a thing? Look at the thing. I have a thing. Yeah. I may need to play with the green screen. I think I see some greenish edges in there. I do like that they actually made it for my color palette. They actually made it for my color palette, which is a very interesting thing. Your green is showing. No, not my green. Oh, yeah. Oh man, I greened. Oh my goodness. Waiting. All right, I need to make this fucking post. Fuck it, we ball. Hold on a second. For that sweet, sweet discount. Woo! Listen, I know I have so many friends that already have a partnership with them, but I'm just proud. Now the next target is Ironside. Oh, Ironside Games. Not Ironside Games, Ironside PCs. I have your computer. I'm prepared to shill. I like your deals. I have not had a single problem in over a year. Ooh. Aw. This thing is fragile and I love it. Please be gentle. Aw. Sponsorships, gotta collect them all. Listen, why not? Why not? I like these things. I like these things and I will support these things. I've supported Ironside since I got this PC. A Dark Carnival PC case to be sick, actually. I completely agree. Although they would probably make it out of the Lee and Lee dynamic that they seem to make out of like a lot of their like partner PCs. Hold on, we can go check. Cases, partner cases. That's the dynamic. Okay, these top three. Okay, all 5 of the ones that they have right now are the Lee and Lee dynamic. Max Dude? Oh, the dude, Maximilian Dude. Okay. Oh, I know the dude. I used to watch him do some of those music videos where he'd like play the guitar on those like random cam things. And actually, I think I preferred watching him get bullied by all the other Rainbow Six creators back when that was a thing. Big Ma? What do you mean, Big Ma? Ordain? Ordain, what is that explosion? Why are things exploding, Ordain? What do you, what's behind you? What's the deal? Safe space from wild spoilers. I've only just now reaching high rank and have been enjoying the surprises so far. Yeah, we're taking a break. We're not going to be playing Monster Hunter on stream this week. I'm totally not going to be playing after stream today. Shut up. Big Ma. I feel like I need to be dressed like a Russian babushka for that or something. Some like tough grandmother figure that's just Big Ma. Is Murner. Oh my god, neither when you heard her. I think it's always funny that the longer we have a game, the more the like way to call the game just degenerates. Marvel Rivals, Mibble Ribble, Mibrib, Mibble, Marble Wibble. And of course, there's Monster Hunter, Minor Hunter, Mini Hunter. Self-care, thank you. Don't mind if I do. Joke's on you, Chad. I'm drinking the rest of my goof juice. Marbles, barbles. Yeah, marbles, barbles. Monsty hunting. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like all of the partnership ones are... Although I do kind of like the stained glass sides. Those are crazy cool. That could probably work well for a carnival theme. We could probably do something with like the stained glass sides like they did for the Lord Athelstan. And unfortunately, Nyanners. Nyanners is unfortunately a good comparison. Although Merryweather's isn't bad. Merryweather's isn't bad. Also forget they sell laptops. Oh, they sell a laptop. They have an option to select AMD, but there's no AMD laptops. Or at least none seem to load. Huh. Interesting. Nah. Someday I'll get a laptop so that I can do like work just around the house instead of sitting in front of my desk. But that thing is not anytime soon. Using your eyes for the stained glass would be dope. That would be fucking dope. Vivian, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into on this Monday? No Garfield-like shenanigans, right? Ooh. Okay, most of these are just them retweeting the people that got these cases. POV, you're a big fan of tentacles? Yeah. Although apparently right now their special edition cases are like milk themed. Yeah, the Milk Box limited edition PCs and cases. What do we have? Oh, hello. Tracking? What the hell was that? I didn't even go out of frame. Oh, I'm lagging. Sorry for coughing so much, you guys. Sorry for coughing so much. Oh, I wish I could get rid of them. Oh, hold on. It's still not wanting to agree. We good? Okay. I've got an appointment with my therapist today, but I'm also going to be treating me and my dad to some McDonald's on the way home. Let's go. Laptops to use when you're laying on the couch 2 steps away from your actual computer. Marin's tracking. Yeah, just gone. Just... Oh my god, I turned my head like... It took 4 seconds for that to catch up. Why is it lagging so much? Let me close that. I have the page for Clip Studio Paint still open, but I don't think that uses any resources. They do help when you're on the road, though. Are you dying? No. Probably not. I'm pretty sure it's just a lingering cough from having, like, the flu a couple weeks ago. Like, there's no pain or anything. It's just, like, the back of my throat is just, like, hack it up. It's fine. It's fine. Not dying yet? Hey, I'm immortal. I haven't died yet. Therefore, immortal. You can't prove me otherwise. Huh? Huh? Go on. Prove me otherwise. I'm immortal. Never broken a bone. Never gotten into a car accident. I'm about to jinx all those things. I'm gonna have 2 broken legs next week. You've died in mini games before checkmate. Called acting. Do not. I think I got a small cold, so I understand. Oh, mine was like, I didn't want to do anything. I wanted to lay on the floor or in bed. And that was it. And that was, actually, I think that was more than 2 weeks ago. I think that was 3 weeks ago at this point. Broken leg in the go-round car is total. It's no! I need that car. I just applied for a job that requires that car. Acting like what? Being good at video games? Yeah. Yeah, Chad, don't you know I actually have a person sitting here next to me? Say hi, Chad. Okay, never mind. He's shy. I have a pro gamer over here next to me who plays all the games for me. So it's not actually me that's bad at games. It's him. Hi, Jade. Sorry, coughing. I put Chad on the spot like that. He got nervous, okay? He actually started sweating. You okay, bud? Hi, Coco. No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking to Chad. Don't, dog breath in my face. Goodness. Goodness. We're doing too good. Quick, take control. The, what, the water balloon physics? Listen, we can always just... Listen, these are meaty, okay? Oh my goodness, stop coughing. Here, now they're all gone. There is no physics. Joke's on you, chat. There never were any physics. When can we throw balloons at the ringleader? Balloons? Is that an option in this thing? Is that already built into this program? I know there's a throw system in this program, but I'm kind of terrified to set it up. Literally 1984? All right, chat, get the books. We're burning them. There's no books matter except the Bible. Wait, that is such a good emote. Wait, that is, oh, what the fuck? How did somebody decide to come up with getting a shell-shocked emote based off of that fucking, that scene of the dude staring into the camera? Wait, that's amazing. Mishimali has the best emotes? I don't know. Mishimali has crazy good emotes. And then, what is there? Maya? Yeah, Maya, the one that Ordain uses all the time, are really good. I'm still sad that apparently the 7-Eleven emote's gone. Ordain, where'd the 7-Eleven emote go? I need it. I need my 7-Eleven snacks. I want to visit Japan at some point to get those sweet, sweet Japanese 7-Eleven snacks. I need them. I need them. Although I do know the 7-Eleven here actually does have some of the things. Like, I think they have the egg salad sandwich and, like, the onigiri. And I think some of the ramen, but I don't remember for sure. We needed to go... Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Faye, we're renting a car. We're renting a car and we're gonna go, like, just travel. We're just gonna hit a road and we're just gonna go. Just like all the Lost and Go Round emotes. I mean, they're all still on Discord. Aside from the holiday ones, which only come around for the holidays. I don't know why my head bobbed like that. I was only rubbing my nose. I did not, I just brought my finger up to my nose and I'm going back and forth with it. And the head is like trying to lean forward. 350 today for surgery? That is not much for surgery. I'm guessing you have insurance? That is next to nothing for surgery. Or are you not American? What kind of surgery, if you don't mind me asking? Okay. Okay. France. Huh. Also, hold on. I want to look at this snail dance. Huh. Interesting. Kidney stones. Oh no. Oh no. Couldn't have gotten lucky and just, you know, passed them. It happens. It happens. Oh my god, Chris. Hold on. All right. Third kidney stone surgery incoming. Third! Jade. Jade. You have to be eating something that is causing this. Your diet is like, it's fucked or something. Is there something you eat that's like really high in calcium? Do you take like protein powders or like pre-workout? Anything like that? Nice. Mewen? Who the fuck is Mewen? Oh. What the hell? The yippee meter? Oh my god. Had kidney stones for 10 years, but it was too small before. There's something that you're doing that is wrong if you're continuing to get kidney stones. There's either something wrong with your kidneys or there was something wrong with your diet that you were not trying to fix. Also, my Twitch chat disconnected and is currently trying to reconnect. What the fuck happened? What happened? Okay, I can see chat again. What the fuck did you just say? Grins. 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 You can't say that. I don't know where to go from here. That's our show, everybody. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. I said chalky milk is mid. I agree. Chalky milk is good. However, it's not strawberry milk or banana milk or coffee milk. Those are all better. I'm back. What did I miss? Hi, Ordain. Ordain, do you no longer have that 7-Eleven emote? Banana milk is ass? No wonder you get kidney stones. You don't have enough potassium. You use strawberry milk? I like strawberry milk. Which one? The one that's you going to or coming from 7-Eleven. Banana milk, the European mind truly cannot handle US. That's not a US horror. That's a Japan horror. Banana milk, like different flavors of milk and stuff, is pretty common over there. I think there's a Filipino company that also makes banana milk. Straw milk. I used to drink strawberry milk. Who remembers primary school when you would always get like one carton of milk? You could get water, a carton of milk, and then like, of course, like the one entree and a couple of sides. I would always get strawberry milk. And I was like one of like 3 people that would touch the strawberry milk. It was Borden. That was the brand. It was Borden milk. Monster Hunter Wild has consumed you? Good. Go be consumed by it. Ain't most Japanese lactose intolerant? Yeah, and? You know, most of the human population is lactose intolerant. Do you think that stops us? Do you think that stops us from having a massive ice cream industry, even though we shit our brains out anytime we have it? I can't touch Bluebell anymore. Bluebell is dead to me. If I eat Bluebell, I'm going to be fighting for my life in the bathroom in 45 minutes. I don't know what's in Bluebell. Ben & Jerry's is pretty fine. For some reason, Ben & Jerry's doesn't affect me that much, but Bluebell will fucking kill me. The onsen bathroom? Huh? You came about I mean, like, there's a thing about after, like, going to the onsen or taking a hot bath, like, drinking milk. No, I never had a 7-Eleven emo. Yes, you did. It's the one where she, like, leaves and comes back from the gas station. That Arrive emote is the same one, but in the background, it had, like, a gas station or a convenience store. I know it existed. You're lying to me. You do not get to fucking, what is it, gaslight me on this one. I had gas. Grins, first you eat your kidney stones, and now you're eating gas station sushi? Hi, Melissa. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Are you having troubles? Whoa, eat? That's what you said. You said taste. Where'd it go? Where is it? Where is it? The double hit and passes to the next person. Shut the fuck up. I just saw that. Dawn, do not buy the blunderbuss. Where was it? Where's the line where you said that it was Jade out here crunching salt licks. Jesus. Threshold of needing surgery. Jeez, why do y'all have kidney stones? My brother had kidney stones, but that was because he was taking pre-workout and then not going to the gym. Where was it? Where was it? It's gotta be here. I know I did not misread that. Okay, that's the talking about games. I went way too far. Vending machine tour. Black Beast. Hopefully it passes to the next person. Mewing around. What? There it is. My kidney stones do taste kind of weird lately. Uh-huh. Like chewing gum. That's disturbing. Grins, do you buy kidney stones? I don't think there's much purpose for kidney stones. Chat, make sure to post your kidney stones in the kidney stone chat and Discord. Shut the fuck up. Although you should join the Discord. Entering the GG fame. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's Nightmare. Get him. Got him. Got him. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got him. Come here, bitch. There we go. Got him. Nailed it. Nailed it. Damn, I need hand tracking so I can grab the camera. Sigh! Wait, how long were you live? Was that a short stream? Did you not play? Did you have a bad time in Mibble Ribble? Is that what happened? Did you have a bad time in Mibble Ribble? What happened? Rival crash stream? Rival crash stream? Oh, Jesus. Did they have like an update or something that's fucking systems up? It's done, gone exploded her PC. Oh no! Marvel delay, Marvel delay. Just destroyed everything. Did like something specific happen? Wow. But welcome in Raiders, those from Size Stream who don't know me. My name is Martin. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my inclinations like to get into. Today is Retro Circus Day, so we're going to be hopefully finishing up Signalis, the cyborg lesbian game. We also had a special announcement earlier today, which let me go ahead and press the button over here. There we go. There's the magic button. Ah, yes. Fantastic. Fantastic. You know, I probably should have asked them for a different can. Even though technically right now, of all the flavors I've tried, Blowhole Blast is my favorite. I don't want to have Shy Lily on my stream. I don't like Shy Lily. Gamer Steps, baby! We got partnered with Gamer Steps. Rivals made update now. Boom. Is there another update since they added the thing in the Human Torch? Or is that the one that's causing issues? I wonder. Rivals made update now. Boom. What about Russian Badgers flavor? I have not had Guacamole Gamer Fart. They are sending me a bunch of flavors. But I have had Guacamole Gamer Fart. I had it in a sample pack. Gamer Fart does that. I had it in a sample pack, but it's like the sample packs are only enough for the equivalent of like one scoop. But is your computer all right, Sai? Is it booted back up, or are you on like your phone? What's the deal? I just want to make sure your PC is not bricked. Is the first tub I bought? It was one of my later ones. I've also had back when they had like very limited flavors, back when they all their flavors were just like the generic flavors. I'm trying to remember. There's like a pineapple one. It's something pineapple, and that's one of the first ones I had, and I really enjoyed it. Lean's my personal favorite. Ooh. Here, let me go double check a thing real quick. I can actually go check my orders. Oh, I don't think that's the right email. Ranched it at first, I fixed it, then I started running bad again, then I quit the game. Huh. Strange. Okay, there we go. There we go. Orders. Orders. Looks like they're sending me Pyro Power Sploosh, Pestily's Antidote, BBL, which I think is the Blueberry Lemonade one, and Acid Rain. These are all ones I've never tried. And then there's a couple cups here that don't have web pages that I can't look at, which is very interesting. Hold on. There's a season number here. What season are they in? Oh, these all say 2 point something. That can't be the current season. That can't be right. Right? S 2.6. Pixel cups. Oh. Okay. Pixel is an S2. No. That's not what I was asking about. I went to look at the waifu page to see what like the current season was. But they're all marked S.25, 26, 28. But a lot of these are, I think, original ones. One of the cups they sent me has a season, but I don't want to say what it is because I don't know if it's something new or if it's like I don't know. But I can't find it in my expired gift subs. No, it was one of Maya's one. It was one of Maya's emotes. Are you aware of these silent? Wait, what? What? The alerts are silent. Let me check a thing real quick. Not there. It's up here. General default stream. Okay. The alerts are silent. Let me... I have an idea. No, not sound alerts. Yeah, this should be... Okay, let me do this instead. Advanced audio properties. Mix it up. Mix up alerts. Off. Change it back. Oh, it's because the game audio was muted. There we go. The game audio channel was muted. And I have it set to match the game audio so that it, stays roughly. Wait. Okay. What the fuck? There's no way this is real. LA Times, Andrew and Tristan Tate in advanced talks with Netflix for a reality series on their lives and ventures unconfirmed. Sources say the deal is near finalized, but not signed yet. Huge potential ahead for the Tate brothers. Why? Gonna go get some food and chill out. Have a good meal. I'm sorry your PC crashed. I hope it starts working soon. If you want to run some tech issues, I may have some ideas on what it could be. Hi Dritty, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, apparently Netflix is so money hungry that they would want to do a documentary on Andrew Tate. I can guarantee you there's nothing interesting in his life. There's nothing interesting about his life other than being a piece of shit. The most interesting thing he probably does... Oh, goddamn. The most interesting thing he probably does is doing cocaine off his coffee table at 10 p.m. on a Saturday. That's probably it. That's probably the most interesting thing he would have to tell you that he does. Oh, no. Okay. Great, thanks. How are you? I'm hanging in there. We're doing good. It's a good day. It's Monday. They can't find it. I guess they got it replaced. They probably took it out and just turned it into the, what do you call it? The regular Arrive. up to date with the current ways of the world they don't understand yet? What do you mean? What do you mean? Which kind do you mean? Oh my. Hmm. Wait. Oh no. Wait, is there infighting with the VTuber Marvel Rivals tournament already? Oh, good lord. Who are these people? Group F, we had a DC and needed a remake in game 1, and they insisted we were lying, but the admins agreed and they lost the next game. They got toxic as hell. Still got 2-0 though. Sucks to suck. Amazing. Amazing. Want to add that the VTuber Rivals staff were nothing short of incredible and handled this beautifully. Also, big props to Harry for being a genuinely good person. They stayed behind to apologize for their team, and it honestly meant the world. Wow. Wow. Can't even lose with grace. Can't even lose with grace. Hilarious. Pathetic. Wait. Oh, y'all started. How did I miss the hype train? What the fuck? Jirathi. Oh, tier 3. Holy shit. Holy shit. Also, Kono. Jesus, how distracted have I been? How distracted have I been? Gotta go. When did Kono do that thing? Did I see Kono? Oh, there it is. Hi, Miss Go Round. Hi, Kono. Hi, Mr. Kono, the lawyer, Tomo. Oh, I could hear the. I'm pretty sure I could hear the alerts. It's just that I don't think y'all could. And I maybe it went over my head because something else was going on. Common sense. I cast delete the Tate brothers. I wish. I can't believe those fuckers aren't like permanently in jail. He brought home a new puppy. That's a coyote, sir. That's a coyote. Good luck with that. Oh no. Well, I was looking to see if there was any other news. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Doja Cat's Oscars performance? Oh. Okay. Charlie Kirk having bad takes yet again. I'm just gonna scroll past that. Netflix presents Predatory starring the Tate brothers. That would be hilarious. Can you imagine if they did like a spin on it? Okay. Huh. Okay. Netflix presents Predatory today, about to be said no. Oh, wait, I thought they were going to jail in like Romania. Weren't they arrested in like Romania for trafficking and shit? Drug possession, trafficking. I'm pretty sure tax evasion was another thing. Because of course those guys think they can get away with tax evasion. Extradited them? Oh my god. Oh my god. I guess that's one of the things that happens. I suppose. But I think, wait. Okay, ad break starting soon, like any second now. Let me go ahead and get words on stream. I was like, I remember seeing the 5-minute countdown, but now it's not there, which probably means it's gonna start any second. Well, damn, it still hasn't started. Okay. Okay. And then let me go hide my corner. Fantastic. And Coco is sitting next to me whining, which probably means she wants to go outside. So I'm going to go ahead and give y'all the game. Sunstar, you have control. And I need to go take the puppo out, and we'll be back shortly. Ordain, what did you do? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans did you get up to? How much shit is on fire? Ordain. Hey, View. I was gonna say introverted for a second, but that is definitely not it. Over. Over. Oh, Digital Rocket got it first. Wait, oh, where's already been done? Viewer. Oh my. Oh my. Turn the music down. And time to change the category, guys. Time to go play Gim Gam. Time to go play Cyborg Lesbian Game because I want to finish this game today. As soon as I remember how to spell it. As soon as I remember how to spell. Words are hard. Cyborg, what now? Cyborg Space Lesbians. What, have you not been paying attention? Are you unawares? Are you unawares? That was the wrong button. Here we go. Fantastic. Anyway. Where's... Wait, I see clipping. Do I see clipping? No, no, okay, there actually isn't any clipping. Oh, wait, there's clipping. Never mind. We're gonna pretend like we don't see that. No jacket. Better. Finishing Cyborg Lesbians in space! Looking? Where? Where are we looking? What are we looking at? Huh? Someone behind me? What are y'all on about? Hello? 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 Anybody? Did the mic come in frame again? Did y'all put the boom mic in frame again? So help me God. Why are you doing this to me? Chad, go get the fucking controller. You're the one who's playing this. Quit standing. Wait, I'm unmuted. Son of a bitch! Hi, Chad. How you doing? It's really nice. I like the song too. This is one of my favorite songs. It's one of the first ones that always finds its way into my like playlist. Anytime I go on like a new platform. Hold on, I almost got rid of the background, not the thing. All right, get rid of you. We will go over to the game screen. Not looking at Booba. Listen, you're trying your best, okay? Sometimes it's all you can ask for. And then let me... There's the game. We will get this up and running. Opening, opening, opening. Opening says me. Slide you over. Oh, God damn it. That's fine. That's fine. Make sure I get that captured. Audio is probably going to be decent. I really need to listen to more Avenged Sevenfold. Hell yeah, you do. And let me do a little bit resetting. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, there it is. But it should come up any second. F-mod. That's not Gmod. Ordain, what do you keep exploding? Also, hold on. My feed is stuck. Iron, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Holy shit. I just realized my feed wasn't auto-scrolling, so I couldn't see the new shit that y'all were doing. Okay. Okay, music. Give me my mouse back. It's holding my mouse capture. Okay. Okay, at least we don't have the tired eye anymore like we had for that one scene. Okay. Go here. Now, if I remember correctly, let me double check the stuff we have. Ammo. Okay. Let's put some stuff away. We're actually gonna get the SMG out. And then... Okay, we don't have any core items right now. Which is a-okay, because if I remember correctly, we had here. Database. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, the computer's right down here, isn't it? Yeah, it's right here. So we could just get I want the picture again. So, Metabank. And it was the Ito family. So 560524. And that should be the key to the back door, which I think I remember where it is. I think I do. It's this way. And then is this upper floor or is it the lower door? I don't remember. We'll see. Okay, it's not this one. Should be this one. Yeah. Right here. I already forgot the numbers. God damn it. Ito. 560524. Okay. Oh, wait, what do I have? Oh, I want my flashlight. Okay. There's a book here. Lied Gother? Song of the Gods. Possession and the distribution of this publication is prohibited and punishable by the Fourth Cultural Protection Act. Uh-oh. 3. There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of. A song that we all dance to, but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt. We all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. The select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars. Too invasive, the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that can not only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Yushin, and lifted us to the stars. It was her power that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. I love Lebanese people. Oh my God, Lebanese. Okay. I could turn the light off. Anytime I go to another room, I want to turn it off. Oh. Let me know if the volume's too quiet, guys, and I can turn it up for y'all if it is. I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry. What? Oh, hi. Do I get the rifle now? That was so fast. What the fuck? That's what happens to gestalts at the late stage of infection. They just fall apart. Forgive me. Okay. Resonant phenomena? Yeah, phenomena. Synchronicity, phenomena that are meaningfully related yet lack a casual connection. We've yet discovered the true source of the ability of the mind to alter the physical world, yet creating physical phenomenon remotely simply by consciously or unconsciously willing them into existence forms the basis for the entire field of bioresonance technology. Hi, oranges! Before the advent of bioresonance technology, acausal correlations were often falsely interpreted simply as chance. Many phenomena, such as remote viewing, doppelgangers, and the poly effect, have since been classified as synchronistic phenomena related to the bioresonant effects. Chat, I'm Googling that. Chat, I'm Googling that. Hold on. Poly effect. Supposed tendency for technical equipment to malfunction when theoretical physicist Wolfgang Pauli is present. That's fucking hilarious. The Pauli effect, or Pauli's device, corollary is the supposed tendency of technological equipment to encounter critical failure in the presence of certain people. The term was coined after mysterious anecdotal stories involving Austrian theoretical physicist Wolfgang Pauli, describing numerous instances in which demonstrations involving equipment suffered technological problems only when he was present. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny. He apparently has multiple like physical or psychological and physical phenomena or rules named after him, which is even funnier. The Pauli effect. The world we live in would be impossible without bioresonance, but its origins remain unclear. If it was truly a divine gift from outer space, as the late Empress claimed, why was she defeated by a great revolutionary who has had no such divine powers? Isolde. Photograph of Issa wearing a school uniform. We have another card. Erica. Okay, these are the Ito girls. And these both look like funerary pictures, so they're both dead. Gimme. That's the first auto-injector we've come across in a long time. Okay, can't go that way. All right, guess we're going down here. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm so glad they're blind. I'm still pretty sure we're short some cards, though. I'm pretty sure we're still short some cards. Maybe that's intentional? We'll go see. We'll go see. Oh, shit. Fuck you! Jesus. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Let's read the book again. Dream Diary. So there's 5 pages. Imperial Farmer, Red Deserts, Storm Consumed, Sand grinding us down until nothing remained. Maybe that's the death card. Shapeless mass of flesh joined with flesh of many others. Until old. Okay, no. So Ling. Ling is the death card. Okay. Ling. Okay, so we have Rotfront and Heimat left. Rotfront. Floating sunless sea below the ice of Rotfront when I saw a large creature move in the darkness below me in the moon's dark core. Okay. So, we're either missing 2 cards or we're missing 1. And I currently do not know. Wait a second. Oh. There's at least 3 things in here. Okay, hold on. Actually, no. We're gonna do it this way. Oh, jeez. Oh, why did it change targets? Oh my God, stop. Jesus. It changed targets all of a sudden when the thing started to charge. Oh, hi. Okay, they're already pissed, so we're gonna do this. Flashlight on. Let's do this. That goes. Oh, actually. Turn. Go down. Go down. Okay. There has to be something in here. Just developing tank? And now we're out of weapons. Plastic container developing photographs. Its label indicates. Oh, what are you? Hold on. Something. Needs to add developer fluid first. Okay. See files right here. Stolen document. Classified information. Replica technician Gestalt eyes only. Carefully selected by Aeon, exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically preserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. To preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible idea, the original Gestalt is erased from records and public memory. Holy, hi, Sans. During the production process, when experienced bioresident technicians copy that neural pattern to a new unit, a majority of episodic memories are altered and suppressed. Huh. While the resulting replica retains the skills and personality of the original Gestalt, it will be incapable to recall specific events from the life of the donor under normal circumstances. This ensures the replica performs its duties without distraction created by personal memories of the donor. However, even the best maintained replica unit will eventually be exposed to stimuli that may cause Gestalt memories to resurface. While units degrade in such a way pose no particular danger, like all units with persona degradation, they will eventually lose any of their advantages over Gestalt workers. Because persona degradation is usually difficult to identify from the outside, bioresonance is used by command units to surveil units under their command. Generally, it is recommended to swiftly decommission and replace units before their productivity decreases or they begin to show clear signs of individuality. When ammunition is rationed, alternative ways of decommissioning may be deployed at the discretion of... Oh. Why didn't you just put an off button on them? Why not just have a permanent off button? Why is the way gotta be execution? Okay, what is this thing on the floor? It looks different. Okay. Huh. A kill switch, you say? Maybe? No entry. Oh, there's another door over here, though. Wait. Okay, yeah. We'll go this way. Son of a bitch. Son of a fucking bitch. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do this. Guess what, bitch? You too, come here. Okay. We got 2 doors. Oh, wait, what are you? I'll take that. I'm actually gonna use that to top up. Wait. What is this window over here? Okay. We're gonna go top first before we go right. Oh. I was gonna say, we've been here before. Yeah, we've been here. Hell yeah. Nice. Nice. We got ammo, baby. Okay. I think we're gonna go north. Go back in your hole. Oh. Wait, there's something here. Hold on. Teacher evaluation. Ariana Young. I think we read this. Remarkably odd, certainly due to her being raised solely by her mother rather than by the community of good people overseen by a block warden, as is normal these days. Her obsession with paintings, music, and other nonsense was clearly implanted during her time living in the mountains on that desolate radio outpost. And surely her friendship with those Benedin-born Ito sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in their parents' bookstore. She does not seem to understand that this distraction was no longer acceptable now that she must partake in the society of our nation like anyone else. Personally, I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do. Oh. Picture of a magpie on the box. Above that looks like a small speaker or a microphone. Magpie. Didn't we have... I was gonna say, didn't we find a station? That was like, sounded like birds singing. I'm trying to see if any of this will do like what the owl box did, where when we played that music that the Yules liked, to the owl. These are the same ones. If there was the kill switch, they'd probably integrate it into the controller units. Elsters wouldn't have survived her first delivery. True. I mean, it would have been more clever to have like the off switch if there is essentially a life cycle for these replicas. If they knew that they eventually all like degrade over time. Oh. That doesn't quite sound like a bird. I feel like the card is in here. Where did the bird noises that we was just making go? Also, auto injector, give me that. Okay. We're missing something. What are we missing? Hits the kill switch. Well, shit. No, I mean like inside the body. Hell, it could even be something that's like behind paneling or anything. That would essentially just be like a key. Like it would take a key. Or like the authorization of like Falker unit or Falke. Falker? Falke? Falk? The Falk unit. Lost? Hi, Pyro. Hold on just a second. I'm listening. Somebody's saying I'm lost? Well, I don't think it's something like this. Maybe we don't have the signal. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second, chat. I want to look this one up because I don't want to keep wandering around this place because last time we played, we did like so much, what do you call it? So much of the like scrounging around this place that I don't know what rooms are and aren't available. Okay. Fuck. Oh, I know what we need to do. Fuck me. Fuck me running. I should have known. I should have known. We just have one thing wrong. Gotta turn that off. Okay. Here. Stay in your fucking hole! And we need to go back to that room. We are on... We're on the second floor. So, we need to go down. We need to go to that computer. Oh, fuck, I forgot you stood back up. You know what? It's not worth it. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Computer. Transmit? Magpie. 43. Send. Which I'm pretty sure should still be lined up. Okay, it is still lined up. Good. Good. Excellent. So now we need, I think it's like 125 is the signal. Are you going until you finish it? It might be a while. What? There's still some more to this? Fuck you, bitch. Okay. Wait, there's still so much more to this game? Oh no. Oh no. Stay on the ground, stay on the ground, stay on the ground, stay on the ground, stay on the ground. Go up here. Oh, here. Ignore the things in the ground. Fuck you. Okay. Go here. Turn you on. 125. 9 p.m. Fuck. I should have put stuff away. I should have put stuff away. I know what I gotta do. Come here. Come on. Come on out. Wait, what is this? Ah. Bitch. Okay, now we got space. And then... Star. Should we expect like 4 to 6 more hours? Oh no. 9 p.m. you're going to? Oh, then I think 9 p.m. No, we're going to like 4 or 5. Okay, so we have this store key. Photo store. Okay. We'll come back for that card. Chat, do not let me forget that card is still in there. So if we go straight down here. Fuck you. Okay, what's this way? Blocked. I don't think... Did this door have... Okay. So the Young store has to be somewhere. Maybe it's a different section? Like, this looks like a door.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening!
Jesus.
Stay calm. What's the procedure?
What's wrong, Androx? What's wrong?
Calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
These are too good. These are too good to give up. All right, we're taking our happy asses back downstairs to put shit away. Okay. Come back. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. 50% of this game is scampering back and forth. Fuck you, crazy lady with a knife. I don't even know where you got that knife. Fuck you. I don't know, you'll have to see. Oh no, you can't do this to me. Okay, let's put some stuff away. You can go away. You can go away. Everything else is fine. Okay, let's go get that star key or star card. And then we can probably go put that down. I'm glad they're slow. You burned your mouth with coffee. What kind of coffee? What kind of coffee? Hey, that's my knife? No, it's my knife. You took my knife. I think we burned this one out. I think that's why it hasn't gotten up again. I'm kind of glad if we did. Okay, let's get that star card. Nya. And I think I have one of the things wrong right now, is what I'm thinking. Gonna steal more knives. Stop taking my knives! We need those in the kitchens. And for throwing things. And for throwing knives. Wait, what was that? Oh no, that was just telling me that I was like tucked behind the wall. Okay. So what was the one that was on the star? There's one about a star. Red desserts. Massive flesh. Skyscraper, that's the tower. Burning Eye. Sun-like Iris is in star. Wait, what was that one? That was 5. Booyan. What did I put in Booyan? Yeah, give me that. Put you there. I think for now we're gonna put Heim as the moon. And then I think we're gonna find the rot front one. Wait, let me look at these really quick. Hold on, come on. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna find the rot front one probably inside. I wish I had a map. Oh, I do have a map. Oh shit, when did I get the map? Thank God. Atrium. Dentist room, butterfly room, apartment alley. Why is my phone lighting up? Okay. Oh, I see why. Okay. My roommate's coffee was vanilla lavender coffee? What? Okay, how do I... There we go. I forgot how to change floors. It's been that long. Okay. Bookstore, alley. So we know that's closed. Garbage chute. Okay, that's the... Okay, it's probably there. It's that yellow room. So we have to go... Jesus, how do we get down there? The meat grinder. Yeah... No, the service room. We can get down there by the service room. I think. Yeah, okay, the service room we can get down there from. Okay. Okay, yeah, I know how to get there. I know how to get there from where we are. I'm smart. I know things. It's Starbucks. Ugh. Ew. Who still eats at Starbucks? Not the Starbucks. Eat pants. You'll never take me alive. All right, service room. Are you smart? On occasion. Okay, I have very big brain. It's why I have a 5 head. It's why I have a 5 head. And don't you forget it. All right. God, I forgot that there was like the subway station here. Okay, so it should be this other one, I think. Through here. Okay.
Enjoy the show!
Hell yeah. There's the developer fluid. Okay. Combine. Photograph that was inside. That's a QR code. I don't think that's going to be readable on a phone, so let's do... Uh-oh, it's the sisters. People's Army, 5th Venetian Infantry Division, Unit 12. Birgit Fukuyama, Anna Huang, Lilith Ito, Rebecca Leong, Elise Ning, Notburga Park, Alina Seo, and Helena Wong. Wait. Alina Seo? Very cool, low poly. Hi, homies. How are you doing? Machine. Empty the outlines of various photographic equipment and price tags can still be seen in the dust on the shelves. Okay, so maybe we need to go back to... Let me see. I think we may have to go all the way to the dark room. Dark apartment. That's not what we're... No, it is what we're looking for. Well, that was what seemed like a dark room. Working and lurking, just noticed the model and had to leave message. Hell yeah, homies. Hope you're doing good. Called day a nerd for me. Okay, yeah, the painting room is blocked now. Thing is I think we've discovered every room except... Where is it? This atrium one. Okay, we're going all the way back up, chat. We're going all the way back up. Hi, Valerius. How are you doing? How's Signal's been treating you? Terrifying. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. And for some reason, Steam does not count it as a horror game. Wait, what is this? Pack station. Scanner. Okay, hold on. Ah! The sun. Leaving. I've been found out. I'm sure the white-haired girl working at the photo store is Sector C and is bioresonant. Be careful. They don't pay me enough to take any more risk. I'm in the next ship to catch tomorrow. Meet me at the docks in Sector Inn if you want to bail too. Sun. Okay. This is a love story, don't worry. Oh, sure it is. I know it is. It's a horror love story that, while possibly ending in tragedy, is still better love story than Silent Hill. Hi. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. The light well above has been consumed by the massive meat, releasing some debris that was caught in the nets below. Dial ring. Okay. Son of a bitch. Alright, we're just gonna hoof it past her again. Fuck you, creature! Alright. So we may have some of these things like in the wrong spot. Oh, and it's blocked off. The flash has blocked off a bunch of the other rooms. I don't think the sun is rot front. Okay. So... Okay, hold on. Let's go over this again. Embrace lovers and kitsch. That's I'm confident about. Consumed by shapeless mass of flesh. My flesh joining with the flesh of many others until only my bones remained. In Ling. Okay, we have death in Ling already. Skyscraper in Veneta, which we did. Floating in the sunless sea below the ice of rot front. Large creature in the darkness below. Okay. Maybe this one? And then... Let me see something again. I can't combine these. That's marked what? 18 moon?
Enjoy the show!
Penny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Sorry, we're working on a puzzle. A moon. I don't think there wasn't anything that mentioned a moon, right? This one's 19th. She doesn't know? What do you mean? Shapeless flesh. And clicked instantly? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Ling compute. I'm still pretty sure that's death. I'm still pretty sure that one's death. Pretty sure Veneta is the tower. Floating in a sunless sea. So Rotfront does not have the sun. We know that. Which would probably be the stars. And then Boyan is the sun. But could it be the moon instead? I don't get it. To not backseat forbids me. I could use a little bit of help. I'm lost. It's pretty lost. Okay. Or was it based on the writing of the person who left the card? Wait, there's a switch? Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. I was expecting it to do something automatically. Oh. What? Huh. Two of them are the same. But... Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Also, hold on. We're gonna do a thing. I'm getting tired of running past this bitch. Guess what, Chuckle Fuck? Oh, whoops. She just collapsed completely. Let me out. Let me out. You. God damn it. Okay. Here. Oh, good lord. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So weird. Okay, so Booyan looks like new moon. Full moon for Kitchenling. I feel like I need a picture of this. Hold on. Hold your horses. Yeah. All right, let me get this picture up real quick. Oh God, where did it put that picture? There it is. Make that a little bit smaller. Okie dokie. Nice. Cheese time, baby. Cheese time. Wait, can I still look at the hole? I want to look at the hole. Okay, it's still that first room that we ended up in. All right, let's go back. Wheel of Punishment. Oh, shit. When was the last time we had a Wheel of Punishment? Jesus. Okay. So, go in here. Okay. Kitsch is actually supposed to be full moon? So the sun goes here? And then Buyan. It's new moon. All right, what is this? Rot front is... Tower. And what's this one? This is Veneta. Wait, Veneta's this one. And then Ling is... Wait. Okay, yeah. And then Kitsch is... Wait. We don't have to... What? We don't have multiple... Yeah, it says 2 of them are supposed to be full moons, but we don't have 2 full moons. But Kitsch is lovers, I'm pretty sure. Or... Son of a fucking bitch, give me this. Actually, hold on, I gotta do something else. That is not what I wanted. The caller you're trying to reach is no longer available. Dream Diary? Dream Diary. Okay. Lovers in the Desert of Kitsch. God damn it! I hate that the default position when you go up is the fucking radio. Up, up, down. Shapeless Master Flash. Death in Ling. Oh, son of a bitch. Put you there for now. Okay. Stop it! God damn it! God damn it! Okay. Tower in Veneta. So tower goes here. Which we actually can't pick up because I'm stupid. Put you there for now. Then... Oh, okay, I think I get it. I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? I can probably adjust those things, can't I? But really quick. Let me see. Go back. Oh, whoops. That's fine. Sunless sleep below the ice of rot front. Wait. That looks like ice. Hate this. I hate this. At least the tarot card half will not tell you when you have it right. That's what I was thinking. And then I have to click this, and then I have to go see if I can actually adjust the moons. I'm guessing that I didn't like click the things, so I didn't actually change them or anything. That's what I'm guessing. So then... Okay, hold on. Okay. Death, Tower of Veneta, below the Iceland rot front, burning eye in the sky, in Buyan. Sun is Buyan. Okay. Do a different thing. Give me this picture. Go back here. Get this picture open. And then let's go see if this is right. Because I have a different idea. No! Ad break in 5 minutes. Shit. Shit. Okay. The big bitch that's down here better not stand up next. Pretty sure I burned her out. God damn it, I just put you down. Stay down. Ah, that's what the dial ring is for. Okay, so we know, where is it? Heimat. Oh, this is the only one that doesn't have its dial ring. Stupid, I can go ahead and do that. Rat front. Okay, there we go with that. Ling. I think that's the right one. Kitsch. Heck, yeah, that should be right. Heimat needs full coverage. So Ling, Rot front, Heimat, Kitsch is perfect, and then Buyan. Is that not it? Is that not it? Damn it. I have these wrong. I have these wrong somewhere. Actually, I'm curious. Let me see. What if I swapped these two? Nope. Try the reverse. What do you mean reverse? You mean I have it backwards? But then the crescents wouldn't be there. I wouldn't have like the partial crescents. Gonna go for a bit. Enjoy your time, Ordained. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the lurk. Wait. Rat front. That should be. Okay, let's try swapping these. Son of a bitch! Okay. Fuck this. Where's the other thing? Alright. I don't care. I'm too frustrated. Oh! I was right on one of them. I was right the first time. When the stars and stuff. How much ammo do I have? 3? We got this. Pipe dream time. Stay down this time. Bitch. Okay. Come here. Hold on a second. Okay, so I was right with the stars being Heimat. Okay. UX to me. Alright. Oh, what the hell? Tried to take a picture and it got all pissy. Weird. Okay. Curse you, full screen game. Alright, let me get that picture open really quick. Get picture? Picture? Where did you go? Okay. Listen, I had a notebook for this, and previously I was drawing it, but I am a terrible drawer, if you will. So fuck that. I'm sure we'll find a save station shortly after this, right? Right? Totally. Okay, hi, Matt. Other side. And then Rot front. And then Booyan. There we go. Okay, don't ask me how that worked. But we'll pause it there because ad break just started, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Let me get y'all the words on stream. And we will be back in just a little bit. And I will give y'all the music. Marin really has changed between playthroughs. Between playthroughs? This is our first playthrough. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm confused. I'm confused. What's the deal? What's the shebang? But we'll be back in a bit. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. Okie dokie. Don't start it. Don't start it, Sunsar. Don't start it. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. So help me. So help me, mister. Oh, lag. Hello? Hello? All right. Oh, I'm still lagging. Why am I still lagging? Interesting. All right, time to go into the whole wall. The wall hole? Wall. No, I'm not going to say that. No, bad, cease, desist. I feel like this is going to put us back into the office. Yep, there's the king in yellow. I wonder why it's in Japanese. Oh. Oh, no. Well, that doesn't bode well. We're taking around your wall holes? No, I need my wall holes to get from room to room. They're called doors. Yes. Okay. Why are we back in this office again? I wonder if I should have taken that or if I shouldn't have. Okay. 2 sprays. Workforce assignment from Ariana Young. You've been informed that your compulsory military service period was recently completed. According to our files, you have previously graduated from Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rotfront Sector C, R-39.59C, and have recently submitted an application for the Military Service Assignment Penrose Program. You've been processed by Aeon Workforce Assignment, previous work experience, store clerk, Young Photo Store, part-time, compulsory military service, Rotfront Orbital, long-range radio operations officer training. Should you not be accepted by a military service program by the end of the season or find other employment, you'll be assigned the following workplace: S23 Sierpinski Production and Mining Facility on Ling. Fuck. Oh, so we're on Ling. Okay, that's something I don't think we knew. This is a lot of ammo, guys. My dearest Ariana, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better again. I was very worried that when I heard from your aunt that you're in the hospital again. I still remember how you used to get sick so much as a child. Please don't overexert yourself, okay? The photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she is related to us somehow. Though I don't know anyone named Theo in our family. From the looks of it, it was shot in Veneta. Your military service will begin soon, so you might be wearing a uniform like her soon enough. Please send me a photo when that happens. Wait. Okay, so this is Ariana's place. We read the one on the stove, right? Nope, Auntie's note. Ariana, I left some of yesterday's dinner in the fridge for you. You can warm it up when you get back from school. Please pick up the books your uncle ordered from the Ito bookstore on your way home. Remember to leave some space in your school bag for them this time so they don't get wet. Okay, hold on. It put all of our stuff in the box. We were carrying more than this. Okay, we'll take you. We'll take you. Then... yeah, this is fine. This is fine. We need to have at least a little bit of space. So, reload you, reload you. Okay. Let's save. To leave. Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure it was, and that's why it was highlighted. Here, we're gonna actually double save, but to see if maybe it would have been different if I never picked up the King in Yellow. We're gonna save on the 3rd slot. Only you can prevent lost save data. Aw, shit. Also, the King in Yellow apparently isn't an actual item. Every time we pick it up, it doesn't take up an item slot. Okay, I don't like where this is going. So we have quite a bit of ammo. The question is, high explosive, already loaded with high explosive. Do we take the shotgun? I'm so sad we didn't get the rifle, because that's apparently the highest damaging weapon in the game. Okay. No, we'll save that as like last ditch. Okay. Oh! Son of a bitch, dude. Okay. Okay. Floor changes. Oh, these are letters. Adler's note. All efforts to contain this illness has been in vain. All the Gestalt workers have succumbed to it, leaving only dark shadows on walls and floors where they died. And soon all of us replica will have lost our senses and turned to writhing masses of flesh. I now believe it was not an infectious disease nor some form of poison or radiation. It was a slow corruption of reality itself. As I've relived the same cycle over and over, each time details change, things are twisted, added, removed. How long until it all turns to nothing but noise? A red dream, a crashed ship, a strange gate, a hole in the ground, an island beyond reach, memories from other lives, dreams of suffering and loneliness, a promise, a search for someone lost. This is ours. I saw her in the red emptiness waiting for me. We had made a promise. As the memories of a stranger rushed into my mind, I felt the borders of my self-blur. Now I can no longer tell where Falk ends and what? Are we Falk? No, Mythics, no uppies. Stop. You must turn back. There's nothing for you there. You've tried so many times and you've failed every time. Don't you see that you're ruining everything? This is your final warning, Adler. Can we turn back? Mama ain't raised no bitch. Fuck, this is the fucking waiting room before Adler's hospital bed. Falk's memory. We were dancing to that song they start the broadcast with. We fell asleep watching that movie we had seen before so many. If only I could take us back to that time when we were happy. These memories are mine. No, wait. Is Ariana Falk? Is Ariana the pattern used for Falk? Falk? There's the island painting. All right. Shit. Hi. Oh, hi, Falk. Why did you return? There's nothing for you here? She'll never dance with us again, no matter what we do. She doesn't even want us anymore. Oh! Oh, shit! All right, we're doing this the hard way. Let us become a whole again. Son of a bitch. I wish I had the rifle. I fucked up not getting the rifle. I'm still just taking hits. Hold on. Elster. That doesn't seem good. Okay. Oh my god! She like pulls back every time I aim to shoot. Okay. That doesn't look like something. Oh! Nice. I don't think I can combine. Yeah, I can combine these. Oh, shit. God damn it. Oh, wait, those are gonna go pop. Oh, I don't have room. Ooh, okay, that's new. Kind of cool though. Can't carry anymore. Oh, god damn it. It's okay though, I didn't pick up the spear. That's my own fault. Okay. It's fine. Shields! Okay, I already yoinked one of her spears. Alright, we're just down to the pistol. Okay. Now, son of a bitch. Oh, oh! Okay. 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 Oh, this is so cool. Son of a bitch. Ow, son of a bitch. Oh. Okay. She does 3. Okay, spears are down. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna guess I have to go through all of those spears. Because it seems like the number of spears she's throwing down is slowly reducing. Okay, there we go. Son of a bitch. Give me that. Oh, I can't see shit. Oh, thank God. Whew. Okay. Ow, son of a bitch. Ow, I can't see shit. Bitch. Oh my god, I can't see shit. Oh, damn it. One bullet. One bullet in a dream. I kind of wish I could pick this up. Because then I could make the, Oh, god damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Oh no. Oh, there's orbs. What the fuck? That's her last spear. Okay. So she only has the one spear to throw, and she has the orbs. She's gonna throw that. God damn it. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, health reloaded. Orbs. Orbs. Orbs! Oh, she's gonna throw. I don't think I'm gonna have any more ammo. Oh my god, we nailed it. Okay. Okay. Did we do it? Please tell me we did it. Oh no. Oh no, sad face. Blood splatter. Violence scene missing. No, give it to me. Getting more shields. Oh. Gag. Gag. Anyway, water. The island again. Hi, Falk. You're Ariana, aren't you? Elster. Now we are one. I've been waiting for this for a long time. This space intentionally left blank. God damn it! Once again. Hi, Adler. You've returned. Are you really willing to go through with this once more? Fuck! You've seen what happens. This world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster. Adler program. Ah, Goofy. It's the same knife that what's her name stabbed him with. The low poly model for Adler really didn't do him justice. Stevie just standing there. Okay. Oh no. We're gonna break our arms again, aren't we? What the fuck? Penrose briefing, phase 2. Start of decrypted transmission. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of mission time will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now, you should have become fully acclimatized to your new life aboard your ship. As you approach the Oort cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing the long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, and signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your replica to assist you in maintaining your vehicle. We will wish you great success on your mission. Okay, I think we are going to get back in our pod. But wasn't it... Where did all this trash bags come from? Cycle 225. When I signed up for this mission, I just wanted to get away from everything. I was sick of rot front of school, of the photo store, sick of the fake smiles and the whispering behind people's backs. When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her? But in the end, I just wanted to leave. Nothing I had done or made ever meant anything to anyone, so why bother? Here I am, finally free. I get to be myself and to do what I want. I can finally be happy. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's only directing us in one area. Penrose Phase 3. Congratulations, comrade. You've survived 3,000 cycles, reaching the final phase of the Penrose program. With the end of the operational lifetime of your replica unit approaching, it is time to prepare for the final phase of your mission. If you have not found a suitable world for landing by this point, accept that you will not. Find solace in thought that others might be successful where you failed. Or, as you are probably aware, your ship's spare parts and rations will soon be depleted. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. We recommend you do not attempt to prolong your suffering by reusing old filters or rationing supplies. This empire sucks ass. Instead, make peace with your fate. We suggest that you ask your replica while it is still functional to spare you a slow and agonizing death, or that you take permanent rest in the cryogenic pod. Remember, you will die having served your nation by partaking in a glorious demonstration of our power. Okay. Cycle 1294. I had a strange dream. I was listening to a radio with my mother. Like back then, the numbers were on, and my mother was taking notes with a book on her lap. It was that book I saw in the shop window of the bookstore where the twins lived, the one with the yellow hooded figure on the cover. Uh-oh! When I went through there to buy it, it was gone, and Erica said the protectors had confiscated it. Or was it Issa? I can't remember. 1840. Everything is always the same. I feel like I'm trapped inside this ship. I know every bolt on every panel in every room of it. I've seen everything. You become a technology demonstrator? Oh my goodness, I've done everything there is to do there. I can't concentrate on anything. It's like there's this fog inside my head. Whenever I try to do anything, I just can't focus. I want to go outside. I want to breathe fresh air. I want to feel wind on my face and in my hair. Cycle 2503. I think I lost more hair. I'm sitting here getting older. Every time I wake up, I feel older, weaker, sicker. I get out of breath so easily lately. My back hurts when I sit down. How much longer will this go on? It feels like I'm just slowly dying. Leaking irradiated coolant. Tried my best to patch it up, but we eventually ran out of spare parts. She got cancer from the radiation. Cycle 5? 5 something? That's 2,000 cycles past. I'm tired of it all. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow? I don't want to die. I don't want to live anymore either. Everything is just so exhausting. I just want to lie down and disappear. I just want to sleep. Please let me sleep. Please just make it stop, please. Hold on. Oh, okay, let's go to her bedroom. Oh no. Oh no. Back hurts me IRL. Listen, it's time. This is all that's left. Okay. Well, there's no flesh mound in the cryopod anymore. Unless there is, and I'm hallucinating. Remember our promise. Okay, I need water again. Is it April yet? No, it is March. Elster. I can't do it. You have to do it. It's time for this to end. Please. Okay. Okay. Du hast es versprochen. I don't know German. I don't know German. I'm sorry. No! And the timer. Oh! We strangled her. You promised? Got it. My favorite game of all time. This game is so good. I love this game. There's multiple endings, right? I'm pretty sure there's multiple endings. The thing is, I don't want to play through the whole thing to get other endings. Okay. Oh, shit. A glorified cancerous blob, euthanasia at best. Just depending on how you play, except for a certain ending. Ooh. Chat, I'm a bitch who's A-okay with spoilers. Oh, okay, there's the credits again. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. And y'all were saying it was gonna take us till 9 to finish this game. Come on. Congrats. Wait, is that a hard ending to get? What's the deal? What's the deal? I can't skip it. Darn it. This is the best ending you can get. All right, hold on. I'm gonna, while the credits roll, I'm going to signal list endings. Yeah, we'll go with the wiki. That's fine. That's fine with me. Okay. False ending. That's the one that we got. Arrives at the Red Gate where she finds Adler. Warns her of the dangers past the gate, so it fought across the gate and saw something that made her fall sick. Okay, that's the one that we got where we got like the faux credits. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. If we had actually opened the safe and got the flower, we would have gotten a different ending in that same room where we picked up the book. But because we picked up the book, we had 3 options. Leave, memory, and promise. Leave is Elster's unwilling to enter cryogenics and leaves the ship. She removes her armor plating and walks onto the planet's surface. She collapses and dies. Marin's eyes play music. Listen, they have their own hobbies on occasion, okay? When they're not all present, they have their own things to do, okay? Memory. Elster finds Ariana in the cryogenics pod and wakes her up. Ariana is unable to remember Elster or their promise. Elster stays by Ariana's side until she succumbs to her wounds, while Ariana remains alive. And then Promise finds Ariana in the cryogenics, wakes her up, remembers Elster and their promise. Elster carries out the promise and kills Ariana, having suffered critical injuries. The luster in Elster's eyes disappears. She dies next to Ariana. And then the safe in Ariana's bedroom has 3 padlocks, which require 3 keys. Collected throughout the game, all 3 keys must be in the inventory when the North Wall puzzle is solved. After removing the padlocks, the safe itself must be opened by entering a 20-digit code. Wait. Here are multiple points in the game that transmits this code. read out in German as its first 20 digits. The audio can be heard in the main menu during the Magpie Antenna puzzle, part 10. And during the cutscene for the first time Elster was in Ariana's room. The latter cutscene displays the code on screen as well. Opening the safe reveals a potted plant of white lilies. Picks up the lilies and sees placing them on a ritual site in a dark, fleshy landscape. She dies and 5 other dead Elsters are shown surrounding the site, making a total of 6 dead Elster units. The center of the ritual is a glowing object. The scene returns to the Penrose with a red eye dangling overhead. Inside the wrecked Penrose, Elster and Ariana are seen dancing together in Ariana's quarters. Huh? Leave, circle, or death. Okay. There's a lot of weird conditions for what determines the ending you get. If death promise equals leave, you get the promise ending, otherwise you get ended with the highest score. Huh? So circle, leave, and death. How did I end up with more death? Damage taken. Near death survives. Deaths more than 5? I don't think I died at all. Enemies killed more than 90, more than 120. Jesus. To drop a self-care? How are you doing, Doc? Secret ending is mysterious? The artifact one? Ending, promise. What are those letters on the right side? That was almost a 10-hour playthrough. It felt like it was longer than that. I felt like I played a lot more time than just that. Okay, hold on. What do we have? Time saved 44, times loaded 4, times died 0. Let's go, baby. We don't die in this house. Damage taken 1680, 1692. Nice. Oh, hey, merch. Death cheated 1. Enemy killed 117. Shots fired 385. A deathless run. Woo! Fantastic. In your inventory screen with a dot moving around that indicates your current playstyle, I think. Oh. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. And it kind of looks, well, kind of like the shape of this thing. Huh. Well, chat. Guess the stunt double went on vacation for this game. Merch go round. Marin go merch? Who knows? Who knows? All right. Oh, I forgot it always does that. Whenever I close the game, all of the achievements come in and it just scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me every time because it does the Steam like achievement thing. Oh, very much 10 out of 10 game. I like this game. Trying to think of what we could do today because it's only 2:30. And you were telling me this was going to take till 9, Ariana. Come on. Text on the right roughly translate to the number of revolutions. Cycles? Revolutions or cycles? Oh, that's right. We have the Wheel of Punishment. Here. Wheel of Punishment time. Oh, gotcha. You're in the EU. All right, who redeemed the Real Punishment? Androx. Sorry, bud. You got, champ. You got. All right. Chat, what do we want to do?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
You feel better? Do you feel better, chat? What's the tiny print? Wait, what do you mean? Which tiny print? Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh? What do you mean, nuh-uh? Nuh-uh. What do you mean on the wheel? Oh, it's live record a script. I have some scripts like set aside, or for doing, if y'all have like a request for it, we will stop whatever we are doing for the day and I will have to record the script right here with y'all. Good night, Ariana. Thank you for swinging in. Thank you for hanging out. Hope to see you another time. But do we want to do, what do we want to do, chat? Do we want to do Monster Hunter? Do we want to do Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter, Mibble Ribble. We could start, what was it called? Let me see if I can find it. We could start Dredge instead of Friday. Goodness, sorry for the yawn. Flesh Mine update. Oh no. Oh no. That's not something I expected to see for a game I had downloaded. New update today. Major update. Flesh Mine. Oh. Okay. Cannot take your soul if you just say nuh-uh. Legally? You think I give a shit about legally? Do you think the ringleader of a carnival of horrors gives... Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is going on? Hello? Tracking? Oh, it is lagging so bad. Oh, it's probably because I'm updating the thing on Steam. It was really small, so I was like, I'll just download it. So give it a minute. Give it a minute, the lag will stop. Carnival Flesh Mine's getting an update? It's about time. It's about time. But yeah, it's updating the game real quick, so everything's fucking lagging. Are a bunch of clowns in suits? Actually, it's a bull girl with her little assistant who is a frog that wears a tie. That is I made that canonical like more than 2 years ago. And it has stayed in my mind. Her name is Alex. As opposed to Kono. Kono is not the Dark Carnival's legal department. Because he stares directly at my titties whenever we're trying to have serious conversations. And it's totally not because of his height. It is. It's because of his height. All right, I finished downloading. Thank God. Don't have to put up with that anymore. Chat, what do I want to do? Actually, we also have Blood Bar Tycoon. That was a game that was given to me by the devs. And I do owe them a little bit of gameplay. Do we want to do that? Blood Bar Tycoon. I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do that. Here, let me go change some things. Okay. Blood Bar Tycoon. Let's do that. We're going to do that because I'm sure it's going to be a chill game. Imagine being perfectly titty height. Carnival Tycoon. Now this is Blood Bar, baby. This is Blood Bar. And I am going to have to do Clever Trickster Studios. Oh, no. All right. I am going to have to do... Where is it? Audio changes. Audio jungle. There it is. Okay. Let's swing back on over here. And I am actually going to have to... There we go. Oh, it's still on display capture. That's fine. That's fine. No more music. Chat, welcome to the Blood Bar. Who wants to check out vampire stereotypes? Need more carnival art? We always need more carnival art. I just can't afford carnival art. Craft charming blood bars without the hassle. Here is all about relaxing vibes. Decoration comes first, business second. We do bloody, right, chat? We're gonna do bloody, right? I think we have to. I think if there's like nothing trying to stop us. I think the only woman I know that even has a chance to be titty height is Radia. Radia's tall, but I don't think she's that tall. Like, you have to be decently short to be titty height for both Radia and Adora. You'd have to be, let me think, less than 5'4". Probably 5'4". Who cares? Anyway, a clean bar equals more prestige. It's basic math. Hear that, chat? Keep your bar clean. Oh. What the fuck? A Dark Knight in Crimson City. Bald dude. Move the camera. Rotate the camera. Hover over. Oh, wow. I actually have to turn it like a couple number of times. Oh, hey. Subway work. Sob. Repeat. Select a minion. Is that you? Calum. Remove the soiled mattress. Wait, where's... Oh, gross. Oh, no. Throw away. There's a sewer hole opening. Place a table, place 4 chairs, place a beer pump? Okay, how do I... Oh, over here. Sorry, it's like behind my camera, so I can't really see it super well. Okay, beer pump. Yeah, that seems right. All right. Cheap metal table. Would you like... Your turn. Fair. Cheap chairs. Plastic stools. Oh, no. Okay, no. Stop. Give me that. Okay. Bar opened. Sure, I would go. No, I wouldn't. I would not go in this bar. To make a minion autonomous, click on the minion. To open its menu, go to priorities and click autonomy. Priority management, drag and drop tasks to rearrange them. Higher tasks will take priority. Some tasks are reserved for minions with certain powers. For example, only minions with the hypnosis power can perform the capture action. Okay. Oh God, where'd he go? Oh, he went in the back. Okay. Oh, got nervous there. Uniforms. Work area. Priorities. Autonomy. Cleaning. Yumiko non-berry. Free tip from the Vampire Hydrancy. Rearrange your minion's task priority by okay, duh. Kind of gonna automate everything. Oh, he's really cleaning everything up. Okay, hold on. We need to do the... Let's raise this real quick so that he actually serves this guy who came in. Oh. Here, we'll do it this way. So technically he will clean... Okay, yeah. So he'll clean things whenever, like, all of the service is done. How you doing? I'm here for bones. Bones? I don't have any bones. They're all mine. You can't have any. Don't forget to feed your vampires, your minions. There's another free tip from the Vampire Hire Agency. Okay, how do I do that? Oh, he does have the mind wipe power. How do I feed him? Bar themes? Huh. Okay, that's kind of cool. Consume! Did that work? Oh, okay. No, he had to stand up. Oh! He's dead. A well-fed minion is a happy minion. A happy minion works harder. Harder work leads to greater... Oh, he just throws it down the subway. Credibility. Prestige booster bars appeal and draws in more customers as long as they can find enough chairs to sit on. Okay. Can I have the NPC's bones? No, they're my bones. Actually, they're the sewer's bones. I would rather have the bones, but you know, we can't have all the things that we like. All right, what are you doing, boss? Storage shelves. Can I buy things? Furniture. Okay. Can I put more chairs down? No, I can't. Here, do this instead. Oh, whoops. Move you like here. And then can I get more chairs? Oh, I can. Perfect. And then we'll put another one here. Can I like hold shift? Okay, I can't hold shift. There we go. Guess I'll keep they're the same bald people. Your management is deplorable. Stop squandering my money and sell off unnecessary furniture. Balance the books. What? Why? How do I sell them? Toilets. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we have a bunch of people coming in. Your guests deserve better than being left standing. Set up. Well, I did that. Okay? Here, can I... Cheap blackboard. Blackboard remains useful and slightly enhanced with bars. Prestige. Slightly? It looks like I can't put it outside. Can I put it like here? Doesn't seem like it. Here. Let's do, what do we have? Fun. Yo, we have arcades. Television. Vampire television. Sick. Machines, shelves, another manhole. All right, no, that's all. Okay, can we build like walls or anything? Doesn't look like it. Cheap mirror. I wanted to build a bathroom, but... Oh, walls, there we go. Apparently I can't put more walls up. I wanted to put more walls up, but it won't let me. Vladimir? Free bones, and this I have 206 bones. I suppose I could spare a few. How about some ribs? Here, we're gonna... Next to each other? Nah, we'll split them up. Does it make sense? No. Is it gonna stop me? No. Oh, Jesus. The fucking... I can't get it, like, close enough. God damn it. Yeah, just the bathroom stalls right there in the open. Oh, he's hungry. Nice to meet you. I know what, I can't care less. Let's go down to business. I'll give you direct access to the only vampire minion agency worth its name, the Vampire Agency. Okay. You're not the sharpest fang in the crypt, are you? You remind me of that old geezer Vlad. If you can afford it, the Vampire Agency lets you hire minions. Let's go! Minions. These are all the same dude with different wigs. Level 5. Good lord, come here. Salary 2,200. Okay. He works for me. The toilet is right there. It is right in front of you. Probably trade your minions, set their parties right away. Oh, gotcha. Which one? Is that him? Parties, cleaning, disposal of corpses, vampire service. That actually works. Okay, I need to find a way Can I close the bar momentarily? Then I need to get... I need to get somebody... Here, consume this other guy too. Go get him both. And then y'all can both clean up the mess and we'll reopen the bar afterwards. Hi, Ordain, welcome back. We actually finished Signalis really quick. So now we're building a bar? Question mark? Question mark? I just placed a fridge, purchased 20 blood bags. Okay, so we need a fridge. Furniture. Fridge. Those are decorations. Machines. Ooh. Okay. Store. And I want just to buy 20. Yeah. Papa Grenier. Your blood bags will be delivered promptly. Thank you for choosing your services. That's totally nuts. Oh, what are these? Livestock? Why are those marked livestock? I wonder. Impeccable, my dear disciple. Awareness is non-existent. This is management worthy of our vampiric laws. Oh my god. All right, let's open it back up again. All of our minions have been fed. Of the blue Tesla, I made your car explode and you deserved it. Well, how'd you do it? Did you just shove what? A fucking screwdriver in their battery? Might be booming, but no one other than the lineup had full hair. True. Very true. So we need to wait for a vampire to come through, I guess. So we could probably speed this up. Can I? Oh, I can't. I can't just hit the buttons. Cryptkin. Preferences. Okay. God, he's making so many drinks. Why are there so many drinks on this counter? I guess he's multitasking. Look at that man go. He actually put those pretty evenly on the platter so he can carry it easily. I'm impressed. How'd you find the end of Signalis? It's so sad. There's no such thing as a happy ending in this game. God damn it. Okay, we can speed this up, I think. Serve a vampire. Oh, it's because we don't have enough chairs. I wish I could kind of like increase, what's the word? Also, what is on the TV? Vampire finally in the light of day. Okay, we served the vampire. Start the next mission. You managed to open a blood bar in this godforsaken place. Didn't you make me do this? You don't know me. I'm Vladimir, the most powerful vampire master of Crimson City. Here to help you raise this human cattle to find more to feed our kind. Reason at last, I provided you with some capital to help you raise the standing of your blood bar. Oh. Oh, shit. Standard construction. Okay, finally. Finally. Okay, so now we can expand things. Let's do... No? Hello? Plaster floor, dirty tile. Plaster floor. Hello? Invasive construction, replace the existing rooms with new ones. Huh. Standard construction, create new rooms and expanding existing ones. Okay, I think that's what we want. Yeah. Okay, so we'll expand some that way. And then we're actually gonna expand. Cancel that. God damn it. And then we're gonna expand this a bit. Go ahead and get this. And then how do I manually place walls one by one? I want to actually take down a wall. Please. Please, I'd like to take down a wall. How do I get rid of the walls? Room demolition. Demolish a wall. Okay. Yeah. I have a plan. I have a plan. All part of the strategy. All part of the strategy. Here, we'll leave the TV there. And then we can also do... Where is the store? No. Pause. Another TV? Yeah. And then we're going to move you to here. Bathroom. We'll do 4. And then, sink. Sink. Of course, we gotta have the cheap mirror over both. Trash can. And then what I'm gonna do is... Where is... I need to go back to the wall. Okay. And then I need to do door. No, not freehand demolition. Cheap arch. Cheap door. Oh, god damn it. Demolish wall. Like... Also, I like that we may have potentially trapped somebody in there. What do you mean I can't put the door here? Arch? Hello? Room assignment. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. Jeez, this is complicated. Well, now we have prisoners. Yeah, we have prisoners right now. Well, I mean, there's a hole. We have a hole. It's fine. Here, let's do this instead. We'll fix... There we go. Good enough? Yeah, this looks like it's external only. Who cares? But I do want to do... Where is it? Standard construction. Come on. God damn it. Oh, shit. Well, that's not exactly what I wanted, but okay. And then what I'm going to do, go back, I need furniture. Actually gonna move this like here. This is gonna go back here. And then... put it like way over here. Then we can increase some of our space. And now we have this whole space to expand into for like the employee area. Also, where did my... Did I accidentally delete the table and chairs? Son of a bitch. Oh, god damn it. And then... Fraggle, fraggle. Seems that putting that wall there made it that I couldn't put a chair down. Can't put a chair down anyway. Why did I do this to myself? Here, we're gonna slide you back a little bit. How can I do it? Hell yeah. I think I accidentally demoed that entire table and chair setup. Okay. Works for me. Okay, now we're gonna need... Actually, here, we may have gone overboard with this. So get rid of that. Do a couple dartboards. And we need pinball machines, baby! All about that pinball. Chat, do you like pinball? There we go. Min-maxing, baby. Min-maxing. Flipping the table because you're losing is already bad enough? What do you mean? Also, I totally missed the commercial break. I am so sorry. Is your blood free range and organic? No. No, it is not. Thank you for asking, though. All right. We're going to need more employees. Let's get... Conceal. Oh, actually, conceal seems really useful. Yeah, we'll hire you. What are these other ones? Mind Wyatt, conceal. All right, we'll get you. All right. And then... I don't think I have any other themes yet. Gosh darn it. Mainly attractions. Choose the bar theme. Your Thunderbolt primarily attract the following humans: beggars, builders, and metal riders. Okay. Oh, this is a Kripken that's just hungry. Okay, so where was the store? How do I know how many we have? 23 of something? Still don't know what this is. Here, we'll get like 10. 10 and 5. I don't really know what that is. Oh, it seems like we're running out of these. Yeah, we'll get about 1,000 worth. That works for me. Sales, sell surplus. Okay, no, we don't have a surplus. Always buy in advance. The short is just bad for business. Oh, shit. Add access? Like, do we need to add, like, another door? Here, I have an idea. Constructions. I don't like that fucking record rip. That record rip is already annoying. Not partisan. I need... Okay, yeah. Let's do this. And then what we'll do... Take down a section here. And then where was the walls? Room assignment. Vampire only. Huh. What is that double door? Construction, and demolition room. How do I add a door? Furniture? Cheap painting, cheap microwave, cheap wall shelf, framed t-shirt display. Let's do that. Oh, it goes in the bathroom. This definitely belongs in the bathroom. Yeah, putting Guy Fieri's shirt in the bathroom. But how the fuck do I add a door? How do I add an internal door? Because other than that, it won't let me do the, Fraggle. How could you do this to me? Okay. Wait, you're selling artificial blood? Nah, it's not artificial. Shut up. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And I just keep putting dirty tiles down. Why can't I do the other ones? Am I like setting things? What's the deal here? But here. One door there. One door there. Okay. Okay. There has to be something I'm missing. Am I blind? Do y'all see it anywhere down here? Freehand demolition, just tool for destroying doors and windows. No. Limit to vampires. Place the table and 4 chairs. Son of a bitch. Put it like, we'll put like one here. Here. Okay, but how do I put a fucking door? Walls, show or hide, room assignment. No. That cuts the whole section. I don't want that whole section. I need to put like a doorway or something. Like, what is this door over here? Why can't I find that in the menu? Demolish wall between 2 rooms. Tool for destroying an entire room and its contents. Wall 1 by 1. Oh, I see you got financially independent. What do you mean? What's the third option? Which third option here? That's cheap arch. That's like only... Cannot figure out where that is supposed to go. I can't even turn it when I hit R. Here, what happens if I put... Nope. I can't like... I can't click the door. Here, if I put up the wall. So see, that became a separate room. And then if I go here, like this. New theme available, Blood Bar Vampire. You have access to Vampire Stat. Let's go. Let's go. But I still can't put a door to it. That's fine though. I still need to build a bar. Goth's business in townies. Let's go. Let's go. But really quick, we need to furniture. Oh no, chat. Oh no, we already have to upgrade all our shit. Fuck. Hinge section. So put you starting there. Oh, damn it. And then curve. And then another in section. Now we have a small bar. And what I'm gonna do instead, sell you. Okay, there we go. And then now I already gotta sell this shit. It's gotta be spiffy, chat. It's gotta be spiffy, okay? Oh, son of a bitch. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's because it's right next to the door. I'm stupid. That's a little better. Oh, raggle fraggle. God damn it. Okay. How do I change? Obviously, I need to change the doors here. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Oh, I don't have any money. That's funny. I was not paying attention to how much everything cost. But hold on. How do, again, a fucking door. How do I, here, we'll do this. We'll make it auto run for a little bit. But like, oh, critical stock. You can request a loan. Amazing. Amazing. I flubbed it already. Blood money doesn't grow on blood trees, man. Aw, since when? Sell soccer furniture. Okay. Go to the bank. How do I go to the bank? Store. Where's the bank? City map? Yes. Okay. Litter Lane. Oh, wait, that's all we got? Ah, okay, never mind then. Okay, I guess that's not how you get to the bank. It's fine, okay? The thing is, she's also trying to serve these guys from over here, and I don't have a door to put them in. How the fuck do I put a door in? Game! We'll have to do it this way for now. I don't know why. No money and no land. It's totally fine. I mean, hey, we got this fucking loser. Look at this dude. I just saw his ass teleport in here. Nice. Ophelia, what happened to your hair? Try using the new vampire doors. I mean, there's random dude using vampire doors. Oh, it turned it into everyone because I like reconnected the room. So there's no vampire exclusive area. Low blood stock increases risk of instant replenishment by, son of a bitch. More blood.
This world is what you need, where the monsters roam and the demons all feed.
I'm sorry, Vlad. Treekicker, how was your stream? Do you have a good time? Is this where we would suffer in the food service industry? Yes. Except we're also building it. A year, Treekicker? Jesus, my guy. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Did you have fun? Did you have fun with Wilds? I may need to go close a particular tab now, if you excuse me. I need to go, how you say, move some things around? Yeah, move some things around. And then what fresh hell's going on over here? Ah. Nothing. Nothing of import. Okay. Must always have enough blood to ensure impeccable service. I'm trying, okay? We don't have a lot of money. And blood's getting so expensive. I'm pretty sure these are types of drinks we can serve. Awareness indicates level of tension from hostiles. The higher it rises, the greater the risk of an attack. At 100, a hunter raid becomes unavoidable. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I wonder if there's a... Oh, it looks like we can raise their levels because he was 5 when we bought him, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I like Uniform 2 a lot more. Smarter money, self, unnecessary furniture to balance the books. It's fine, Vlad. It's fine, okay? Oh, they really want me to buy more blood. Why is that $100 a bag? Hate it. Looks super interesting for a tycoon. It looks like there's like, because there's themes, and if I like click here, see there's like themes that you unlock throughout the whole thing. Oh, basic. Townies, builders, back. Nah, I like my vampire bar. And when I can afford it, I'm gonna change all the walls and stuff. Turning to real gem, reach level 5 in prestige. Nice. Nice. More Marin tabs, more Marin tabs. Oh, you achieved your goals. Impressive. As a reward, I'll entrust you with another one of my bars, which you will transform into a blood factory. Extracting blood directly from the source will cost us much less. Besides, with a bit of research, you can discover new flavors. And I strongly encourage you to advance to the next level. We have vital research to conduct. Crimson City awakens under the leadership of a new blood bar manager. Nightly ambitions are just an illusion. Sir, you look more like a singer than like a newscaster. Blackmire District. New district available. Sick. Killed humans 3. Perfect. Perfect. Gain 25 plus reviews. Keep awareness under 70% for 30 days. Accumulate 5,000 in sales. 5,000? Chad, I think I need more employees. Let's get another passive thin blood. Vocalization string invalid. Oh no. Conceal. Mind wipe. All right, you're hired. Let's go. So, again, though, how do doors work? Oh, there's the bank. Huh, neat. Nah. Nah. But... Oh, we have no supply. Jesus, okay. Ordain, where are you running to? Ordain, go get blood for me. I need more blood. The business needs more blood. Go do what you have to do. But can't figure out. Human drink is low. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. And then... Oh shit, my Twitch chat messed up. Chat, are you okay? It like reloaded. What kind? O, A, AB, positive or negative from a Tesla owner, or from a billionaire? Any you can get, any and all. We need quantity over quality right now. But here, room assignment, walls, our themes, partisan construction. Again, I feel like it should be somewhere. Hand dryer. Oh god, the vampire toilets are so expensive. Carpets, rugs, welcome panel. Wall coffin. Cool. Why aren't doors obvious? They obviously want you to have ways to put in doors, but for some fucking reason in construction, doors only go on the outside. I don't understand. Time to drain some people, then to the hospital I go. Blood for the blood bar. Let's go. Let's go. But like, oh, that's the basic one. 2,000 to cover all the walls here. 4,000 to cover the floors. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, we need more money. I don't know. Like, where are they? Like, is there a section? Even creating another room. Like, are they just not there? From what I see, the thing is they're not. Like, this is a different door. This one has glass. It's double glass doors, and those aren't even available. If we go to like the cheap section, those aren't the same. Well, no, those aren't the same doors. And I don't know why. I honestly don't. I'll say I probably need to get more fucking stock. At least the price went down. But like that's sales, secondary deliveries, main deliveries. I'm working on it. I'm trying. Jesus. Wait, was that should be the same? Has it to do? That's the thing is, I don't think so. Like even I can't even do the cheap arches. I can't figure out where these are supposed to go. Can't even do vampire arch anywhere. I have no idea where these are supposed to go. Like I can't even rotate it. I don't know. Manipulate the price of things? No. Well, I think it adjusts based on like some sort of artificial market in the game. Like that's kind of obvious. Speaking of which, we're gonna get like a bunch to not worry about it for a little bit. Okay, still waiting on delivery, so I can't actually order these other things. Like, see how the room assignment auto assigns it to everyone, even though I turned it previously into the vampire only? And like, there's the minion only area back here, which is like storage and everything, which is fine. But like, I need to have the doors to be able to differentiate those things. And for some reason, that's just not here. I mean, I could, should I turn the whole bar into a vampire only bar? Block it off, reassign it, then try the door. Okay. And then you said try the door. Oh. What the fuck? Why does it bind there? What? Okay, hold on. Let me see then if we can do that. I need furniture selected. And then can I do... Hello? Yeah, at least we have one door. All right, we'll put the cringy Guy Fieri shirt over here. There we go. There. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Speed it up. We got supplies to get. People to serve. Yeah, at least now we have doors and shit. And we're already out of supplies. Okay, no, now we're good. A bunch of deliveries just showed up at once. Let's go ahead and go buy some more. Buy like 10. We'll do that. Okay. Get a loan from the bank. Oh, we have to get a loan? Seriously? 700 a month? Force me to get a loan. Okay, you know what we're gonna do then? You're gonna force me to get a loan? Fine. We're renovating. Fuck it. Hell yeah, now we're styling, bitches. And I think we went up a couple prestige levels doing that. The power of doors were unstoppable? Correct. Correct, baby. Okay, and then... I'm pretty sure we have to make it through like all this review section and stuff. But... do I dare expand the vampire section? Or... oh, what are we out of? Low blood stock. Follow the Rodolfo. Our information was wrong. We'll hunt for vampires in another area. Nice. Nice. They were confused. For vampires, red and black and gold for carnival. What are you humming at? What are you humming at? There's also gold for vampires. Even more connection. The entire world should know about this. Thank you, Andrea. Listen, just because everything is black, gold, and red does not always mean it's related to vampires. Ordain, put that fire away! Oh, I think this guy is not having fun. That's fine. Let's do this. Standard construction. Extension. We'll do it this way. God damn it. This is the way it must be done. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna take furniture. Pause that. Sell you. Take you. Oh, whoops. Sell you. And then we're gonna do some finagle in here. And then we're out of money. Listen, it's fine. We'll speed this up a little bit. Oh God, what are we out of? Okay, no, deliveries are getting here. And then now this whole area is kind of expandable. That's fine. It's fine. Ask them to manage the blood bar to support you and separate out reward you accordingly. But working for you is sufficient? No, we'll try that if you're right, but you will need more money to grow our business. What do I have in exchange for this money? At your service. Prove the quality and quantity of blood production, all while staying discreet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Zombie Potion, thank you for doing your season pass. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm adjusting myself in my chair. Jovial Amber Eldritch in Masoop. In Masoop! How buddy, the IRL simulator. Expansive and buildable. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're talking about the game. You're talking about the game. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Sorry, got confused. Got confused. 2 gold stars. Put them on fridge. Let's go. Now we got plenty of fridges. Do we dare? I believe I do dare. So we're gonna do something like... Okay. Okay. Now we've got so much more seating over here. And I think we're gonna do something different over here. Oh, whoops. Gone. Oh, God damn it. And then walls. Why did that go away? There we go. Is that vomit? Have people been vomiting? Oh my God, there's so much vomit around. Oh my God, no. No. All right, so here's what we'll do. We will kick you down. And then we take... Take this. Smack. And then we can... Okay. Back to furniture. Get your shit out of here. Literally. Literally and figuratively. Mom, we flew up. No flowing up. Okay. Here, we're gonna say fuck it because we have so much extra money now. Thanks, lad. We are gonna put vampire bathrooms. We'll do it. Can I fit 2 here? I think I can fit 2 there. Nice. Nice. Okay. Sink. Nah, room's not nearly big enough. So we'll do walls. Birds in construction. Expand it to there. Door. And of course we have to fix all of the walls. Back to furniture. Sink. A single sink is enough if you've ever been to a bar. Vampire mirror. Come on. Why can't I put it over the sink? Is this one just not able to go over the sink? I think it's not. This one looks like it can. There we go. Trash bin. And then a hand dryer. Fantastic. Okay, now we're getting there. Now we're getting there, chat. We're getting places. We're going places. Do you think we go with the big tables or do we go with the 4? I kind of like the 4 because with this shape, we can do... Oh, whoops. I didn't hold shift. Then we get the stools. I'm sure there's nothing to regret with this decision of making so many tables and only having 5 employees. Totally no regrets can be had. All right, we need to add some more fun. So, of course, TVs have to go up. What kind of bar would we be if we didn't have TVs everywhere? Fantastic. Chat, we're so spiffy. I put the toilet on fire. What do you mean you put the toilet on fire? You set the toilet on fire, suddenly changes happen to the world around these people. It's fine. They're just like blackout wasted. Okay. Okay, here, we actually have enough money to kind of expand this bar like I wanted to. And then we're also gonna redo this one. And we're gonna redo it nearly exactly. Okay, no. Okay. That should be enough room on this section, but I do kind of want to have multiple bars, I think. So how dare I fit this? How could I fit this? Fuck it. Fuck it. We're reducing tables again. We're also going to probably redo these tables over here. And we will put like a little miniature bar area over here. No. Corner. There. Like, the bar counters really don't seem to do anything because people don't, like, stand at them. So I think having, like, a middling bar over here is totally fine. Anyway, to the hiring place. Level 5, sold. Hire 5 workers, cool. Mind wipe, conceal. Take another conceal. All right. Hi, Mara. Oh, Revelations. I just unpaused. In V Diffusion, the untold truths of modern blood bars and the secrets behind top quality blood. No argument here, but you'll need 28 positive reviews from our fellow vampires to convince viewers. Okay. So then now we have people coming through. Oh, right. I was going to redo this whole section over here. Furniture. We don't need cheap things in here anymore. What's fancy smanchy? Here. No, we're gonna swap to smaller tables. And we can make up with the discrepancy. Super easy. Ah, perfect. Fantastic. Okay, so we need to get 28 reviews, which is basically... So what's the secrets for blood quality, Marin? Billionaires. Would you believe me? Would you believe that? Can you believe that? Also, we didn't buy any stock. Hey, yo, blood's become so cheap, though. Look at us. We get 20. And then a bunch of kegs. get like 25 kegs. Nice. Actually, gonna buy more blood while it's so cheap. While it's so cheap. All right, let's speed that up until we get those. Also, wait, there's a glass on the floor here. What the fuck? Where are my minions? Where are my minions? I need to rework some of their, there's one. Those little corpses cleaning. We gotta have at least one person who probably has like priority in cleaning. Also, I do not like your uniform. There we go. I don't like the maid uniform, if that makes sense. I'm gonna erase cleaning on everybody's thing. That's fine. We're doing fantastic. Okay, we need to... Jesus, where did all the money go? Why are... Y'all can't see it, but we're suddenly just dropped like negative 4K. Oh shit, wait, we have a time limit on getting these reviews? What the fuck? Got some from the hospital. I'm also... It's not a billionaire on the way back, so I also have that. Hell yeah! Good job. I'm proud of you, Ordain. I'm proud of you. Listen, we're in the negative. We're just gonna... Oh, no, we're out of stock. Oh, no, we're out of stock. Do we need to... Oh, no. Immortal deal? Oh, no. I can't go any lower. Oh, no. Do we dare take this out? Basics suck. I just realized that's what it's called. Well, no, now we're not... Now we're to 1.3K. The thing is, apparently we're already out of stock of everything. What the fuck? Oh, and blood's now 112 again. Shit. There you go, more reviews. All right, I think we're gonna have to take that, refund that one, and then we're gonna use this to buy so much blood. We're gonna buy so much blood. So we have space for 150. So we're gonna get a hell of a lot of blood. Good lord. Let's get like 90. And then so much beer. Here, reduce that to like 45. We'll get some of that. Okay. Let me double check the functional furniture real quick. Double door fridge, ultimate instrumentation for keeping blood ice cold and luxurious, banquets. Huh. Get another one of you just in case. Just in case. Okay. I think we're good to let it run for a little bit because we have so much stock on the way that we should theoretically be able to just make some money for a while. We do have people getting upset because we're out of blood.
Enjoy the show.
Ken Majin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Talk of Crimson Town. These blood bars are a massive hit with the vampires. If you haven't seen it, you're missing out. Arrival of 10 prestigious vampires. Oh, Jesus. 30% in kawaii style. What? Bloody slushies? What? Wait, did we just like unlock a bunch of other items? What's the deal? Punch bowl. Remove 5 bodies using machines? Place 5 cells? Did we unlock a new style? No. Available level 2 Blackmire District. Oh, do we need to go back to the city map? Can we go to the other one that he like promised us? Oh, we can. Oh shit. Let's go. We got a new place. Chat, we're gonna turn this place into a kawaii bar. Oh, Jesus. Clean it. These, oh, these are different ones. Okay. So, I heard none of these guys. Oh, it turned it off. That's why. I'm stupid. Okay. So now we have a different bar. And we have 15K. We have 15K to blow on this one. So you know what we're going to do first? Chat, what do you think we're going to do first? Here, we'll make this one basic. This one is going to be basic. That's fine, because we're going to upgrade. Turn to real gym. Rise in prestige as a testament. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so couple things we need to do. We're gonna make the bathroom over here. Well, it doesn't need to be that big, I don't think. Oh, I don't think we're gonna... Here. We'll expand this way. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. And the bathroom can be here. Okay. And then furniture. Functional. And then eat shit, Vlad. Shut up. Trying to do things here. Trying to do things for you. For you. Destroy wall. Tables. Correct. Tables. That's what we need. If you swings on my bat, if you check the awareness menu, it'll help you afford my services. Oh, shit. You almost had me waiting. Let me remind you, I don't have all eternity to make my business prosper. You won't regret the trust. Message is clear. Okay. Oh, shit. New theme available. Blood Bar Basic? Install a morgue. High awareness. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that... Well, no, it doesn't seem to be a type of thing. Question mark? Here, let's... We already had that. Why is it saying we just got that? But let's go ahead, since we just got more money. Let's expand this one. And then a little bit more. Also, I just realized how big this space is. Did y'all notice how much bigger this like buildable area is compared to the other one? Okay. Oh, this place already came with the fridge. Instead, we're gonna move you. Oh, wait, I can't move you. Come here. You can actually go there. Function, hello.
This world is what you need, where the monsters roam and the demons all feed.
B, welcome in. How was your stream? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Let me see. Barotrauma. Ooh. Did you have a good time? Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently playing a game called... Oh, we have 5 minutes till the ad break. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna move you, like, more towards the center there. Okay. Oh, morgue. There it is. Oh, interesting. Here. Never mind. We're gonna move you, like, here. Morgue assignment. Our minions causing a panic while transporting corpses. Consider building corpse storing morgues and assign them. Oh. Investigator visits. What's investigator look like? They behave like normal humans until they begin their investigation. Discover something suspicious in your blood bar. They will trigger a panic. It's crucial to eliminate them. Eliminating them reduces awareness. Ah. Okay. Okay, but we need to... Furniture. We need chairs. How was your stream though, Big? If you got new areas, immediately had to retreat because we got shit rocked? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That sounds par for the course. Oh, that, hold on, that bothers me. There we go. Is somebody home already? I think I hear Coco making some noises through the wall. All the stools, all the stools. Oh, I put like a weirdly larger cat there. That's why that happened. Huh, weird. All right. We need fun things. TV. Get that radiator out of here. Get that out of here too. Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go slump. Okay. Yeah, somebody is home early. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Reset. Reset. All right, let's finish building this. Let's finish. Okay, hold on. That did not actually work the way I wanted it to. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Quick, burn down the bar. No! How dare you? What was I doing? Oh, I was selling this so that I could upgrade it. Yeah. And then we do one of these numbers. We make tiny bars. We make tiny bars. We don't need to do anything else. And then we'll move that right there. And now we have so much room for activities, guys. Actually, we're also gonna make another mini bar over here. Right there. Ah. Oh, adds bonus prestige. Okay, I see. Here, move you over one. Yeah, we'll move. We'll actually sell you. There we go. Just to make it a little bit longer, just to fill the space better. Okay. Do we need windows? We need more windows. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry you have to put up with my dumb as hell construction. That's a hand dryer? Huh. I didn't realize I could put that right underneath. Fantastic. Okay. Okay, my investigation begins here. Oh no. Here, we just eliminate discreetly. But this server is a vampire. No, it's not. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, wow. Just mind wiped her. Okay, hold on. We need to check priorities. I knew it. This was a vampire bar. Well, it's a damn shame it doesn't matter now. A damn shame indeed. Disposal of corpses. That's like there. Drink preparation. Witness management. Actually, yeah, witness management kind of needs to go above that. Human services, machine management. Ah, ad break. Hi, Yui. Private feeding rooms? Correct. Correct. Okay. Start the... Oh, there we go. Aren't you Baron von Kovic? Use a little help. Back to the blood bar. Can suck bank. Well, suck bank already gave me a loan. Which I think I still technically owe back on the other place. Oh, I have to get a loan. And then I just refund it. Fantastic. Buy a detention cell. Build new rooms. Build a new room for minions. A new room, an entirely separate room. Okay. I can do that. Partisan. We'll put it like here. Ah. The door. Say here. And then not that. Partisan. Can I mark it as like everyone, but then mark it as this? There we go. That's how you cheese it. Although technically that means that I did in fact not need this wall. Okay. And then cells. Open furniture, go to machines. Cells. Ah. Which way's the front? Is this way the front? Oh, no, I see. Okay. Okay, that bothers me immensely. It needs equal spacing. It needs equal spacing. Okay. Prioritize capture. Oh, okay. This is how we get like our own blood and stuff. Is that an animation of like there's the ghoul room? Yes. I mean, this guy's absolutely fucking capturing shit. Did it say blood quality 3? Let's go. Stop unfortunate incident. Law requires all vampire activity remain hidden to avoid complications. Make sure that there are no witnesses after an incident. Abyssal Wrath. During a panic, select the Abyssal Wrath power at the bottom right of the screen. Troublesome witness to make them disappear. Pause the game. Prioritize incidents? What? Oh, there he is. Prioritize. Okay, select a minion to open the character sheet in the priorities. Select witnesses. Witnesses? Freaking out customer to oblivion you go? Yeah, apparently. I don't... Okay, but like... There's no witness option. Although I also definitely need to go get more minions. Level 5? Don't mind if I do. Hypnosis, hypnosis. Oh, they're all hypnosis. Fine, we'll take you. Okay. Back to the bar. But... First instant resolve. Start a mission. Hi, plan. Grandmaster. So basically you're asking me to set up blood brewing. Amazing. Yes, more money. More money. Okay, buy a blood... Oh, machines. Oh. Okay. Overclocked? No, we don't want to overclock. Detention cells. Oh, it's because they're all linked. Oh. Our town, wait, our in-town type, make sure you give them the treatment they deserve. Not in a million years? Sure. Okay. We don't have any, like, vampire-only section. All right, hold on. I need to get... This guy needs to be fed. Here, let's do this instead. Instead, consume. Oh no, the lady's going to consume him. No. I really need to pee. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. So once they're in the cell, it looks like I can't really force them. Oh wow, we have all 3 different quantities of machines. Oh. Oh, we're researching it now? Okay, that's what it looks like. Bloody ice crusher. Okay. Arcade trap. Oh, that's a capture machine. What? Okay, so really quick, where was the machines? There it is. Let's deconnect these. So this one is 1. This one's 2. I keep clicking the wrong things. So this one can go to 3 and this one can go to 2. Corpse management. Hearing threshold. Credibility. Okay. Wow, this place actually came real stocked. I did not have to buy supplies for this one. Send a link to the alley fight scene. The what? The what? Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, actually, we don't have any vampires? Question mark? Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a thing really quick. We have 11K. So we're gonna build another room, but there we go. Yeah. Okay. About a big. And then to extend it there. Now we're gonna break our fucking, oh my god, 4K. Never mind. Never mind. And then what we're gonna do here is section it. Vampire only. Door. 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 Here, door can go there. Wait, why did I put the door there? That's on the lot. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Should have been me, not him? Wait, which part? Which part would you want it to be? All right, let's get a bar in here. One of our mini bars. And here. And then a couple chairs. I'm probably not gonna put too many in here just because of how little money we have right now. Put you on that square. We'll do like 4. Actually, I think I need to move you more. Okay. Okay. You need to eat, sir. Hmm. Can I... Here, what do you have? What powers do you have? You have mind wipe. Wipe their memory, remove their witness status. Hmm. You know what? Is anybody in the bathroom? Is she going into the bathroom? Oh no, there's two people standing there. Okay, never mind. We'll do it this way. Fuck it, Weeball. Fuck it, Weeball. Go eat, Shepherd. You're starving. Oh. Hmm. What if I also consume him? Just immediately cleans it up. Do y'all see that down there? I like that that guy just ran into the back. That's totally fine. Thanks for running into the employee area there, champ. Oh, look at how pretty these ones are. Sirens. Okay. Ginger. Papa Grinder. Papa what? Papa what? Okay. We need... We're missing something. What are we missing? I don't think I've actually built that yet. Question mark. But it like shows up there, but where is it? Ah, there it is. Blood distiller. So we need, oh, okay, fine. And then we'll make our blood distiller. Excellent. Excellent. Thing is, I don't think any of the iron jaws are coming in, which we need to do. So I think I need to technically change the theme. The iron jaws apparently aren't an option. What if I just select this? What if I just select it? Holy shit, 850. Holy shit, Ginger. Thank you for the bits. What's up? Wait, why Dedge? Why Dedge? Okay, do I need somebody to... Ooh, it can be upgraded. Okay, does somebody like need to operate it? Do I need like an employee to go operate it? Is it operate the machines using humans? Okay. So I'm gonna send you. Okay, you are gonna work the machines. I think. Well, after she serves the drinks, I guess. Hi, Natsu. What are you up to? What trouble are you getting into? Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. It gives him the fun. Oh. Oh. We just immediately shove another person in. Oh, I think if I... Oh, okay, I get it. Hold on. If I go here... I can mark these all as 3, and I think they'd only put... Can I like select the person? That's 1. What was he? 4? Okay, they'll only put a minimum of 3 into the cells. That's good. That's really good. Okay, so I wonder, are we killing the person that's in this distiller? Are we just like blending? Oh, no, he's still alive. Okay, bye, buddy. Have a good time. Amazing. Such amazing technology, chat. What are you up to today? We already finished Signalis for the day, so we're moved on to play a game that I was offered from the devs for this game. It's kind of neat. It's kind of cozy. I'm very curious to see what all the themes are because there's Jesus fucking Christ. There's so many themes that you can go through. I don't know. I really like tycoon games. Start mission. Oh, hi, Sophie. Why are your eyes so different than everyone else's? Special order of 20 bags of a passionate evening. Okay. Set a cell to 3. Well, I already technically did that. Store. Main delivery missions. Max. Oh. Yeah, okay. I think we need to expand our operation here really quick. Here, let's expand our employee room. I think I already technically have it selected, so we'll do it this way. Oh, no, I don't actually have it selected. Yeah. So we'll go there. And then that way. The morgue. Oops. It's fine. Don't say it's in decline. It's totally fine. And then we're gonna move this more here, I believe. Question mark. Okay. And then back to furniture. I'm gonna move this. Yeah, it can go there. And then let me make sure I do the quality thing. Yeah, we can actually link these back. That works for me. And then here. Yeah, we'll set it to 3. And then more machines. Can I get? I can. Okay. They're actually kind of cheap. That's funny. Yes, more cells. More cells! They're so weirdly shaped. Why are they so weirdly shaped? All right, we actually need to buy more fucking supplies. Ooh, whoops the daisies. 12. And then we'll buy both some more booze. Okay. Okay. Thing too is though that we also produce our own. Failing to meet blood harvesting quota. I'm trying my best, okay? We just need to make enough money. Wait, did I not already sense? Oh, it has to be tier 3, doesn't it? That's the thing. It has to be tier 3. Is this not the one that's sending them to Sophie? Oh, do I have to wait until I have 20? Oh wow, blood quantity 5? Jesus. I'm producing blood quantity 5? Listen, if I could get a no, oh, I do have enough money. We're gonna buy another one. Buy another fucking distiller. Sorry, dear, you're gonna be working overtime. Harvesting tier 3 subs? Wait, harvesting tier 3 subs? I mean, I think our number of tier 3s are probably still in the single digits overall. I could probably check after stream. I'm pretty sure that's one of the factors that I can look up under the community tab. Oh, all of these people are empty on fun. Uh-oh. Quick furniture sale. Oh, that'd be if I just wanted to very quickly sell it. Okay, fun stuff. We need more fun stuff. You tell me TVs aren't enough? Oh, the TVs are only for vampires. Shit. Okay. Shit. Here, we'll do this. Sell that. Move that. And then we're going to expand back here. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Hello? No. There we go. Okay, and then back here, we're gonna make an arcade. Sort of. Oh, whoops. And I'm out of money. He threw the dart once and then left. Amazing. Okay. I really do need to keep an eye on the store thing, though. Say 19. 5.1 blood quality. I didn't realize they could go... Oh. Okay, we did send 19 to her. It just wasn't, like, really updating, you know? You buy a human trap to facilitate the management of my blood bark? What? We can buy a what? A what? Oh. Okay. Oh, he wanted the arcade trap. Okay, we'll wait until we get enough. We're also in the negative again. That's fine. That's fine. As we produce excess blood and stuff, we can actually sell that at the store. Look at that. Oh, wow. We have so many. No, we'll sell like 25. Easy. Back in the positive, baby. Back in the positive. If only we could produce our own brews. At least if only we could process 10 humans in a machine? Nice. You've been processed. All right. Oh. Didn't feel welcome. Didn't expect us to visit your pretentious establishment anytime soon. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Why is everything red? Okay. We need to add more fun things. So we have enough to add. Put some there. Okay, that'll do. There'll be some fun. There'll be some fun things. Oh, good lord. Okay, hold on. Do I not have somebody on cleaning duty? Oh, it's because he was on capturing duty. Here. Make sure everything's spick and span before we capture people. Oh. What was that payment? I went from being positive to being 4K in debt. Was that the fucking bank? No, that wouldn't be the bank. What the fuck? Okay, let's do this too. Okay, so now we have the arcade. Okay, let's see how much shit we can sell real quick. We'll sell all the blood that we have right now. Nice. Nice. Okay, we're back in the positive, which probably means we can get... Wait, where is it? There it is. Get a, you know, a couple of these bad boys. Yeah. Minimum blood quality requirement uses the rigged arcade machine to discreetly send them to the detention cell via a trapdoor. Amazing. Listen, we got so much blood, guys. We have so much turnover. Listen, I may need to put in another distiller. We're kind of spitting through these. Also, Plush, thank you so much for renewing your season pass. Holy shit. Let me... there it is. We're putting in another distiller. Go get him, champs. Go get him. Look how fast our guys are just bringing people in. Generate 100K in revenue. Nice. Achievements. How are you doing, Plush? What trouble are you getting into? All those subscriptions they hope you forgot about are piling up. What do you mean? What does that mean? Sunstar, what does that mean? The ones I forgot about? It's my Netflix subscription. They did it. They finally raised it to the monthly cost of 5K. Amazing. Okay, hold on. I need to sell. No. Because we're also kind of out of, you know, brewski. Okay. Which is kind of odd considering how high quality the blood we're selling is. That's very weird. I'm still a little surprised that we've been keeping our, you'll see it up here. Where's my mouse? Up here, the awareness. So we've been keeping that at 0. That's actually kind of impressive with the with running 3 blood distilleries. And all these people just kind of getting up and going out. Okay, we're back in the positive. We need more. More! I kind of want to make some more cages. But I don't think we need to. I think 4 to 3 is a pretty good ratio right now. And this is the same guy that's always been in here. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and wipe his memory. Because nothing has been high enough quality, he's just been in this cage by himself this whole time. I don't think I can even let him out. I don't know. Oh, did the trap get someone? Amazing. Oh, what do you need? Home deliveries. Bloody sushis. They're so good. I want 600 million. Oh my god. Frozen blood you get from humans stuck inside ice blocks and funny poses. Oh darn. I also actually need 20. Oh Jesus. Okay, we got the, congratulations, we got the kawaii theme. Okay, so now we need a blood crusher. Ah. Okay. I don't know what increasing these like levels do. Okay. Oh god, somebody shit on the floor again. So, not that. Furniture, machines, bloody ice crusher. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like this is going to be traumatizing. Shepard, are you just gonna stand? Why can't I kick this guy out of the cell? I don't understand. Why can't I kick this guy out of the cell? We making blood pops? Yeah, apparently. Look at this poor person. Can I, like, move it? Sell it. Then buy it back. And then I think we're actually gonna get a couple more. Fantastic. Fantastic. And then I can afford another blood crusher. But do I want to? Yes, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, small leak. Set up toilets. Humans are quite clean, but you still need to build toilets. I have toilets. Place toilets 5 times. All right, chat. I think we're building. I think we're building another larger bathroom. Okay. Sure, that'll be fine. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Well, let me put a door down. Door, come on! Why does this? Oh, probably because they don't have the money for it. That's honestly probably the real reason. Why can't I unpause? Why can't I unpause? Oh, use the toilet 5 times. I don't actually need to build that. Son of a bitch. Room demolition. Okay, there we go. It wouldn't let me unpause. What the fuck? Never mind. They just need to use the toilets. I already have the toilets they need. We're making blood pops? Yeah. And see, now we have a corpse. But somebody needs to clean up. Pretty please. When you hydro humus, liquid goes in one way. Oh. Oh, those are just tips. Okay. Okay. I wonder, do I need more employees? I don't think so. I think we're doing pretty good. I have like 5 employees here, 4 or 5 right now. Although I think these bugged. There's 2 people in that cell and I think it bugged out. Wait, that was... Wait, then who was the dead one? Consume. God damn it. Ariel, consume. Oh wait, cancel. Consume. He's stuck. Why are you stuck? Need more fridges? Oh no, we're overstocked. All right, hold on. Oh my god, 91. Okay, and then we actually need to, what do we need, 20? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think we're doing good. Let's kind of increase our supply on kind of everything. That'll do. I wonder what would happen if I made the bar vampire only, like the whole bar vampire only. Being too productive, I'm kind of enjoying being productive on this one. You get when you pause. It's interesting. An interesting choice. He's still stuck here. Ariel, I'm gonna have to fire you. Thank you for the other achievement. He's just stuck. And then we'll go hire someone else. What do you got? Hypnosis, done. Emery. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because I don't think we, at this particular place, we don't have... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Empire service drink preparation, human service. Okay. I think we're just gonna have to take that panic. White memory. That's what I was forgetting. White memory. Anybody else panicking? There's blood on the floor, guys. I need you to clean that up. I need you to clean that up desperately. Hi, Vlad. Accepting special blood orders for home delivery. Very profitable. Good initiative, but don't forget that you serve me. Okay, thank you for the money, sir. Hold 25,000 in cash. Okay, we need to save money now. By some miracle. Okay, we're getting... Oh, no, I don't want to buy. I want to sell. Because we need more money. And we have so much excess in things right now. In terms of like blood products. Actually, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I am gonna change this to like a vampire only bar. Because that would guarantee just like continuous passive. No, because I don't think I can. I don't think I technically should do that. Because if I do, then like I probably wouldn't be getting nearly as many people. They liked it so much they want to stay. Mowen, yes, Grins. What can I do for you, Grins? What's the deal? What's the shebang? What's the problem? Oh, who's panicking? Oh, it's investigator. Eliminate discreetly, yes. Where'd that other person come from? Okay. Hi, Oro. How are you doing? Hot topic, client mysteriously vanishes. What really happened in the back rooms? Oh, what the fuck? He just pissed himself! Oh no, there's an investigator here. I'm still pretty sure that guy pissed himself. We're looking for a new blood spire. You've come to the right place. Hell yeah. Deliver 50 bags. Huh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, our fucking reputation, man. Our fucking reputation. Okay, hold on. I need to see how much... I only got 15 right now. Poof, gone. Where's that money going? Blood enslavement, Jesus. Works for me. Works for me. All right, let me do... Here, we'll deliver those. Since we have them. Listen, we're working on it, guys. We're working on it. We only have so many employees. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's me paying the employees that's like cost 4K. Well, that doesn't sound right because they're only like 200 or something a pop. Oh. Poof. Wow, these investigators really are showing up frequently now for some reason. Why are they showing up so much? I wonder. All right. Why aren't all of our blood distillers going? And he's still stuck here. This man no longer works here, and he's just standing there. Okay. I wonder if I can make an exit door for them. I don't know. That'd be interesting if I could make an exit door for like all of them to just go out of instead of. Oh, geez, I have so much research points. Okay. I don't know. I still don't know what the increase in like that does, but I think it does something. Okay. Let me see. Do we have... Well, not all of it. 37. We need 13 more. Sunstar, did you scream yourself out? What's the I love government? I just got off the disability. I've been working for the last year. They know this. They sent me a pamphlet telling me that they're going to automatically enroll me into Find a Job program. What? But... That just means you're going to get annoying phone calls and be like, I already have a job. That's what it's going to end up being. Oh, it's making multiple. Okay. And he is dead. So sometimes they die in the blood distiller. Okay. Ah, it's putting it in the man. Wait, I need to empty the morgue. It's time to empty the morgue. Is nobody gonna? It's time. We need to get it all out of here. No more bodies. No more bodies! Listen, it's fine. I'm well prepared to deal. Oh my god. Oh my god, the bathroom. Fartin' poopin'. Get a government job so I can be fired by Elon Musk. Fantastic. Fantastic. Clout, 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 clout. Wow, enough. 2 more people died. I can't believe... Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. This cage is definitely broken. Okay, see, now they're leaving. Aha. Gotcha, bitch. Poof, gone. Listen, the Abyss power is weirdly strong. Okay? Okay, we probably have enough for the delivery. Perfect. Stock repurchase? Nice. Alright, Vlad, what do you got? Too kind, magnanimous master. Okay. New district. Oh. Sandbox mode unlocked. Ooh. Wait, that was only 1 star in Blackmire? Huh. Smoked blood quality 6? What? All right, we need to raise our quality of that. Detention cells need to go higher. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Serve 50 Cryptkin vampires. Accumulate 1,500 in sales. Oh! I got you, bitch. Oh shit, they saw that. No, she's running. Somebody stop her! Okay, we just poofed her memory away and she decided she had to go to the bathroom. Okay. Chat, hold on. Did it give us? Oh my god, it did. We have the kawaii. Do we make a kawaii bar section? We have so much money. That's what we're gonna do. Hold on. We need to. Partisan. We're gonna make a secondary bar back here. It's gonna be a pretty princess. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hold on, wait, we need the door. That's important. Actually, I want an arch. Oh, I can't put an arch. Ridiculous. Okay, furniture. We need our specialty mini bar. That'll do. Okay. I'm sure this will be fine. We're gonna need more employees. We're gonna need more employees. You're level 5. Come here. You're level 3. Come here. Okay. I think we're doing fantastic. Anytime I see corpse management, I know it's a good game. Yeah, everybody needs a little bit of corpse management, okay? Okay. Everything's available is pretty much upgraded. Although some people are dead. That's a minor inconvenience. A minor inconvenience. Okay. But we need to save because, well, it is well past the end of stream time. I wouldn't say well past. Today was a longer stream, a little bit longer than usual. But people are already home and I need to wrap this up. So I came in too late. I'm sorry, Ziggy. I'm sorry. We will be back tomorrow, though, guys. Noon CST. Tomorrow is going to be more of a regular hangout day. And let me see who... Oh, no. Oh, no. Mookie is playing Wizard 101. Chat? Chat? Do you want Wizard 101? Do you want Wizard 101? Have a good day. Well, thank you, Simon. Here, let me... Oh, no. Okay, Im's playing, I think, Wizard 101 for the first time. I would hope you give them some love because, one, Wizard 101 is a goofy-ass game. And it's actually a game I used to play a lot as a kid. But until next time, guys, I will see you tomorrow, noon CST. Until then, though, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying Signalis with me. And don't forget to check out Gamer Subs. I don't have a command for it. I only have the alert. I'm stupid. That's fine. I need to set up a G-Subs command. I will do that later. Until then, though, guys, later. Hi, Sunstar. Bye, Sunstar.